happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner.
Oh!
The damage.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Africa Spring Split. This, of course, is the last day of finals. My name is DK. With me is Sproxy, and we're going to be taking you through all the insanity happening on the battlefield here today. Of course, we've seen these teams work their butts off to make it into the finals. Yesterday already being a super entertaining day with the teams really just stepping up to the challenge. And now today we look to see where these teams are going to be looking to push those efforts towards. And of course, you know, who better to get it done other than the teams we know having to fight it out on that battlefield. Now, Ez, how are you feeling today, and what are your kind of thoughts and hopes coming in for today?
As we mentioned it briefly yesterday, I am feeling absolutely ecstatic, but of course I'm very, very confused as to who's going to be taking that final top 6 position, who's going to be taking our first pole position, and who's going to be fighting it out to tooth and nail right until the last possible second. There's a couple of teams that we mentioned briefly yesterday, you know, G3 Temper, you know, a couple more teams that if they have a good game today, they've got huge potential. And I want to see that. I want to see the teams literally just duking it out right until the last second, keeping us on the edge of our seats, not knowing who's going to be those champions. So that's what I'm waiting for. Whether that's going to be the case, well, that's up to the teams.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a super exciting day to see who's going to be rising up. I mean, already yesterday we saw a really strong effort being put in by the players there from Virtual Gaming, pushing themselves onto their third winner chicken dinner. So some pretty high bars being set just yesterday. But of course, let's have a quick look at that format once again. Just to remind the viewers, in case they'd missed anything over the past few days, of course, we know it is our top 16 teams fighting it out right here in the finals. And of course, this is going to be the final 6 matches. They've already made their way through the previous 12. And of course, it has been quite a bit of a fight. So I honestly cannot wait to see where these teams are going to be ending up at the end of today with all the performances we've been seeing coming through from them so far just over this past finals weekend.
Absolutely. And we've been kept on the edge of our seats for multiple reasons. I mean, we still had new teams picking up those winner chicken dinners yesterday, new teams picking up the wins and crazy amounts of points. So those top 8s have been shifting quite frequently, especially the top 6 that we're obviously placing a lot of focus on. And of course, how do they get the points? I mean, it's the age-old question, but we know the answer by now. Placement and eliminations, who have been a bit of a conversation piece here for some of the teams who have been a little bit more focused towards placements, have been pretty consistent. The teams who have been looking at those eliminations, they've been wonderfully aggressive to make that happen, but the chaos is only just beginning.
Yes, indeed it is. And of course, the reason why we're seeing the chaos, not only are the teams fighting for those slots on the overall standings, but they're also going to be fighting for their share of the prize pools. We can see the value of the positions the teams currently find themselves on that leaderboard being reflected right here coming into the finals, with the top team walking away with $8,000, second taking 5, and third place coming in with 4,000. Then of course it trickles all the way down to where the team sitting in 16th place at the end of the day will be walking away with $1,000 additionally added on as a reward for those placements. But we know also the top 6 slots are the teams that will be making their way through in towards the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East and Africa Championship a little bit later on. So as we know, we've already seen quite a few teams coming through from the Arabic PMPL already having their slots moving in. And now we look to see who will be those final 6 teams to join them up in the MEA Championship. So there's going to be a lot on the table here today. And based on what we've been seeing so far coming through from the teams, it is still going to be a very neck-and-neck day today. Just to show you how much of a neck-and-neck day it is going to be, we hop straight into the leaderboard. Of course, Virtual Gaming sitting right up in pole position on 138 points. Of course, Cryptics only 13 points away from them. But I do expect quite a lot of shifting coming through from that third place all the way towards 15th place, as we will get a look at that second page momentarily. But of course, we can see a lot of our winner chicken dinners sitting right here up on this first page. Slimeful KT Lusail also represented right here. But over on the final page, this is, you can see, where we can see how much of a contentious day this is going to be.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, it is still pretty close. I mean, one good game could even see G3 Temper moving up to that first page. I mean, same for Blackjack Esports. But pretty much, there's a huge amount of opportunity here for many of the teams. I mean, from 8th, we had 88 points up until 9th, 82. That's not a lot, and it keeps to get smaller and smaller and smaller. The gap is definitely tangible, at least for some of these teams to work it with. And of course, the teams, as we know and we love them, the top 16 teams that have qualified on your screens right now. And I mean, these are the names we've been shouting all weekend long, DK.
Yes, indeed it is, and it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be the next teams looking to push into those positions, because as we've said before, there's still a lot of contention coming through with regards to the points. There's definitely not a lot separating the current positions, and of course, if we look at where G3 currently finds themselves sitting on 72 points, they are only 30 points behind 1 Million Esports, who are currently sitting up in 5th place. So there's a huge potential for these teams to step up today, to really dial in those performances, and with that, see themselves moving through, making it up into those top 6 slots, because I do think that is going to be quite a fight that we could be seeing coming through from these teams. And looking at leaderboard, and we've said this many times, there's definitely not a separation between these teams, and I'm curious to see who's going to be stepping up.
Absolutely. We said it yesterday. We said it the day before as well. All of these teams are worthy. There's a reason they got into PMPL Africa in the first place, and there's a reason we find them in the top 16, duking it out this weekend in the finals. So plenty of opportunities for these teams. 6 games today. They've already gone through the 12. That has been an absolute insane sort of matchup to witness. But I still think that today we are going to see maybe a few glimpses of what else they could be hiding for us, because these teams have still been improving as we continue throughout the weekend. They've still been polishing anything and everything they possibly can with regards to their coordination, with regards to their engagement. So it's great to see that. And I am curious to see if we're going to maybe witness a little bit more of a change today. Maybe there's something else that's going to come into the mix and, throw us off of our game, and potentially the opponents as well. So very curious to see that happening today.
Yeah, there's 2 teams definitely that I am expecting to really pop off today. And that would be Blackjack Esports and the players coming through from G3 Temper, because we saw them sitting on that leaderboard all the way down in 14th and 15th place. And that is not a position we are accustomed to seeing them in. I mean, looking at the performances they had coming through from Super Weekend, it was an entirely different story, right? We had the players from G3 finishing up in 2nd overall on 416 points with 6 winner chicken dinners. And of course, the players from Blackjack, they picked up 2 winner chicken dinners, and they finished on 333 total points. So there is definitely something going on, right? Maybe they're holding back their performances coming into today, and then just planning to come through and just blow the socks off of everyone. I'm ready for that to happen, because I made sure I'm wearing socks today, right? So I want to get blown away. I'm looking forward to seeing the team stepping up to the challenge, stepping up to the plate, and just showing us everything they've got. Because now today, there's no more opportunity, or there's no more need for teams to hold back, right? There's no more space for surprises to come through. They now have to put all their cards on the table and show us what they've got, because if they fail to do so, they might also fail in making it up in towards the top 6 slots. And I do think that is going to result in some very not only entertaining PUBG, but it's going to be quite satisfying, right? Because looking at the amount of growth we've been seeing from these teams, from whence we started PMPL Africa to where we are now today on the last day of finals, it's almost day and night difference between the performances of these teams, starting all the way back on the first match of the first day, and now look at where they've come. I mean, it is such a tough battlefield for these teams to be competing on.
Absolutely. And again, it's amazing for the region to witness all of these talents coming to the light and really giving the stage that they've deserved for so long. They've been putting in the work behind the scenes, obviously on our screens as well, as we've been going through PMPL Africa and coming through into the finals weekend. Again, I have to agree with you. We have such a different set of fantastic teams, coordinated, refined, and polished, ready to set maybe a next stage, maybe to go and take this even further. But it starts with today. Today is the last day of finals, and today we will know who's going to move on forward. But as you said, it comes down to today, so all the cards have to be on the table. They have to show us every possible sort of inch of what they have hiding in their tanks, ready to show us what they can actually accomplish. So it's going to come down to the wire, and I think a lot of the teams are going to feel that pressure, but they also need to worry about that mental game. Keep the momentum, keep the hype. I mean, the fact is, you made it into PMPL Africa finals, okay? You didn't just make it into PMPL Africa, you made it all the way to the finals. So let's see what you've got. And hopefully the teams have got that energy that they need for today.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks volumes of as to what we've seen coming in over the past few days of gameplay. But of course, we also have to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Of course, much love going out to all our sponsors that are involved in this event. And I do think having the focus, particularly coming from Tencent, being put on the Africa scene now with the PMPL coming through, a lot of these teams have risen to the occasion, right? We've seen the teams participate in PMCO, and that already it was quite exciting to see what the teams were capable of. But I would never have guessed that the teams would change so drastically just in these past few weeks of PMPL, right? When we started off, we were like, oh, yes, like here are the teams. We've seen them all play before. We know what they're going to be doing. But they kept on just evolving and adapting it with those strategies. And now we sit in the finals where there's a few points separating the entire lobby, right? Now, that is absolutely insane to think of. I mean, I have not seen a finals be this close, and anything can happen. I mean, we are going to be jumping into Sanhok to start the day off, right? So that's going to be a great opportunity for the teams once again to hop in and get a few more of those eliminations. Of course, as we know by now, the rotation is going to be Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, and then copy paste right on through for the later half of the day. But I mean, like, it's going to be so difficult to make predictions, especially for today, right?
Oh,
All we can do is admire what the teams have been capable of over the past 2 days of finals, but also coming through on the super weekend performances. But today, I'm 100% convinced that the teams are going to show a side to themselves that we have not yet seen.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the strategy, that's the mentality we have to take into today. We have to just be passengers along for the ride, enjoying it with the viewers and witnessing what these teams have had to offer us, and just again surprise us with even more on top of that, which is so great to see. We've been talking about, recycling that talent back into the region, bringing that experience into the region, and then coming back stronger and developing new talents. And they've definitely proved that they have the capability to do that in a very short amount of time. So plenty of opportunities, and I just can't wait to see what the first Sanhok is going to have, because we've had some very interesting games on Sanhok this weekend alone. I feel like the teams might have a bit of a bit of fear if they look at Sanhok, because they know there's a lot of chaos there that tends to ensue. But the teams do have great opportunities to pick up those eliminations and sort of close the gap that they find themselves sitting on with the overall standings, which is vital for these teams. As you said, 6 games, so they need to push it from the get-go. There's no time to waste. They need to just take everything to the map, and hopefully that's going to result in some very interesting standings. But we mentioned G3 Tempo, we've mentioned Blackjack Esports. We also have to mention, some of the teams sitting at the top already, some of the teams that have shown great consistency in the Super Weekends. Team Myth as well. 1 Million Esports also made a huge start to this finals weekend. And Cryptics showed up yesterday as well, which is someone who we've also been waiting for. But there's a few other teams I feel like that have also been really good and consistent. And they're the teams that have the targets on their backs today.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, there's going to be so much at stake here because if we look at how the teams have been able to bring in those winner chicken dinners, right? We did see the players from Zero Tolerance also picking up 2 victories, right? They had that first one coming in on the first day right over on towards Sanhok. And then just yesterday, they found success over on towards Erangel. But even though they have 2 winner chicken dinners, they're sitting all the way in 11th place. So we've seen now that chicken dinners do not equate the position these teams have sitting on the overall leaderboard. It all comes down to the consistency they're able to bring in through the maps. And I mean, if we look at the performance, for instance, coming through from the side of Cryptics, right? Yes, they did pick up a winner chicken dinner yesterday over on towards Miramar. But aside from that, they have been so consistent. They came in with 3 second places as well as 1 third place. And that does equate to some really strong points being brought in for them over on towards the overall standings. But today is where we're going to have to see what Blackjack G3 will have on the table. Maybe they are going to be coming in just looking to absolutely demolish the lobbies. We know G3 is a team that is exceptionally good when it comes to Miramar. But so far, based on what we've been seeing coming through from the finals, they've not had all that much success coming in on Miramar, right? Because if we look at the first day's performance, they got a 9th place coming in. And then, of course, heading over onto yesterday's performance, they actually got sent out in 12th place. So it is a little bit worrying, right? They had a bit of success coming through on Erangel as well. But that is not the G3 that we know, right? We've seen them just blowing us away coming through in Super Weekend. So I'm hoping that at least for the G3 side, it works out today. But of course, we can say the same thing about the players coming through from Blackjack, right? We've seen both these teams in previous events sitting much higher up. And of course, then also, we can't even forget about the players from Slime Fork AT. They were also just popping off. I mean, they've been showing a pretty good consistency with regards to their placement, right? They came in with 3 third places as well as a 4th. So far, who knows what the day will have in store for these teams as they make their way into the battlefield once again. But of course, we also got to give another big shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgrade fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, as we've been talking about what the teams have been bringing in so far. We've been talking about what we would potentially like to see. But I do think at the end of the day, it's all going to boil down to what the team's kind of mentality is and whether or not they'll be able to keep a fresh mind all the way through. Because we know that it's not just one match. It's not 3. In fact, they are playing across 6 different matches. And I mean, it's all good and great to start off on a little bit of that Sanhok action, right? As you said yesterday, it gives the teams a bit of an opportunity to get warmed up because they are now forced right into those close quarter combats. But I also got to say there's also a little bit of a breathing room coming through then with that follow-up Miramar, right? Because they just go from super close encounters to a lot more of those ranged assaults. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to be looking to bounce their way through the selection of maps that we've got. And of course, speaking about map selection, we are going to be heading straight into Sanhok.
Whew, here we are, and the flight path is looking also very interesting. Of course, taking a bit of a slice of that northeastern side of Sanhok all the way towards Hatin. So plenty of opportunities for the team, as you said, to get warmed up, and they need to put the pedal to the metal today because we know only 6 more games, and then we will crown our champions. We also select our top 6 to move on forward to bigger and better things. So vital for these teams to start off Sanhok with an absolute amazing start and then carry that momentum through to the rest of the games. As you said, it's 6 maps. They need to keep that mental game in check, and that could definitely help them to bolster that with a great start here towards Sanhok.
Yeah, and speaking about great starts, we started off with a great zone. It's very centralized, so at least for the teams, they don't have to be too concerned about getting their rotations sorted or looking to get themselves into that zone, at least for now, right? We know once the next phase pops, things will take a little bit of a shift, but it does seem like everyone is, for the most part, respecting their respective drop locations. Well, that was a lot of respect coming through right there. But of course, now it's down to the teams, right? Because we can see Myth coming in with a little bit more of a split drop there. Unique also taking a little bit of a change, right? We still see Phantom and Scope moving all the way over in towards that cave position. But now let's see which way these teams go. And of course, from what we can understand, there is going to be a little bit of a rehost coming through for the teams. I'm not quite sure. Yes, as we can see, there's 3 players that did not make it up into the lobby. But while we wait for all of that, of course, we also then have our lucky drop happening. So be sure to head over into the live chat on both YouTube and Facebook. The questions will be posted in there. All you got to do is answer those questions and include your player ID along with that answer to stand a chance to be one of the lucky winners of a few of those skins there.
So yes, I mean, a bit of a rehost apparently coming through, so we are going to be waiting for that. In the meantime, hopefully some of the viewers could win themselves some wonderful PMPL skins, you know, maybe show it off as we go through. But I mean, yeah, imagine now jumping onto Sanhok, you've got, you know, all the hype ready and going, and now you have to reset yourself. But again, it's opportunity for the viewers just to think a little bit more about those questions and to take the opportunity to open up PUBG Mobile on their phones, go to the Esports Event Center and participate in the event to earn a few more special items. So, is there a bit of a change potentially coming through for these teams, or are we going to continue on Sanhok? It does look like we're here.
Yeah, it does seem like we are going to be rolling on through, right? Just continue on in with that. We had 1 or 2 players disconnecting there, as we can see, of course, looking at, you know, the right side of the screen with all the teams and the amount of players they've got coming in. So now it is time for everyone just to make their way on through. It is going to be an interesting play to see what Umbra, Triple, and of course the players there from Myth are going to be bringing into the table. But smack dab center zone, we've got the players there from Darkness and Unique also now held up in relatively close proximity. We do see Tornado just, you know, exploring their options, also looking to just gather a little bit more information before relaying all of that back onto the team.
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, we know Paradise Resort has been a little bit of a hot spot there for Super Young Stars in virtual gaming. So, once again, that change coming through for Super Young Stars, heading over to a different drop location, obviously does allow a little bit more of that peace and mindfulness to come through in the beginning of Sanhok. So, hopefully, we'll see how long this can last, because we know Sanhok absolutely crazy, especially with these teams who keep on surviving till those last final phases. We've got 15 to 16 teams normally alive still past, you know, the 5th phase, even on a map like Sanhok of all things. So it can get absolutely hairy for a few of the teams here. I mean, some potential contentious spots. I do see, you know, the duo there of Unique getting rather close towards Darkness. Some might be a little bit interesting towards a little bit more of the western side of Quarry. They're still making a little bit of a rotation, and they're actually busy regrouping. So that will be very interesting. There's the feed. Thank you so much for confirming my suspicions. So that might be interesting here for Unique, DK.
Yeah, already that first hit coming straight on through as they lose their first player. But this is a great start, though, coming through for the side here of Darkness, right? Because they too are looking to you know, gather in a few more of those points. Currently sitting on 82 points. And this is where we're going to be looking at how aggressively the teams are going to be pushing their way through. Of course, we have the leaderboard sitting right there at the top of the screen if you want to see the up-to-date results coming through as the teams make their way and to find those eliminations. But of course, now it's going to be up to Darkness to look for a good spot to move into, right? We see them relatively center zone, but they are sharing the region with G3, 1 million, zero tolerance, and the players coming through from the side of Unique. So 5 teams just huddled around that center zone. I do think it's going to be quite interesting once they start, you know, kicking off that snowball effect. And then it's just going to be chaos erupting on the screen once again. But aside from the potential contention now building up a little bit more towards center zone, the rest of the teams still just going about their business. No one really looking to bring in any major upsets just yet.
Yeah, other than that one elimination we've seen from Unique, everything else still looking pretty much as we've dropped onto Sanhok, so no huge changes just yet. I know the numbers of lives do look a little bit weird, but of course, we started on a different set this time. So don't worry about it. For the rest of the teams, making their rotations in fairly easy, as we know, because of that center sort of ripple effect that we see. The teams that do find themselves in zone earlier on, they do tend to migrate to that center, get themselves in a bit of a better position for the later engagements. So that allows some great space for the teams on the outside edges.
Yep. So now all we got to do is wait and see what these teams will be bringing on through. Of course, we know the team there from Cryptics, they usually drop all the way up towards Cow. And looking where the zone has shifted on towards, I do think we're either going to be seeing a really early rotation coming through from them, or a very delayed rotation, because they like to come swinging in just before blue zone starts causing too much damage to them. Then we see them popping their heads out of the blue, and then they're like, what, here we are. Getting ready for a little bit of that engagement. But now it does seem like there's a bit of tension starting to build in center zone, right? All the teams now just trying to see if they can find any potential angles, should there be players rotating up in their direction. And now G3 coming in with a little bit of that 2-1-1 split, as we got Nacho on the front line, Flacco keeping a very watchful eye over on towards boot camp, and Skydo is just going to be, sitting there chilling in the shade, as one does when you're in the jungle.
Yeah, get some of that, shade. It is pretty hot and heavy in Sanhok, as we know. A lot of pressure building up alongside all of the teams, and it's vital for them, hopefully, to get a good start here. So it could be nice just to relax under a tree and get yourself ready and set for this one. But I do like that most of the teams are, keeping it a tight knit for the most part. We've got a few exceptions, of course, like you said, Cryptics. Masters does have sins still towards Bantai, so a little bit of rotation that needs to come through. Lusail a little bit more spread out compared to the rest of the teams, as well as Intruder with a bit of a 3-1 split, maybe a 2-2 split. But for the rest of the teams, they're keeping it close. They're looking for information. Yes, they are spreading themselves out a little bit to try and get that information, but they do not want to be isolated from the rest. They want to ensure that they keep as many numbers for this absolute crazy last couple of zones, because we know somehow, some way, these teams just manage to survive right up until the end, and then it's, let's pick a building. You're going to find a team.
Yeah, but I gotta say, I'm liking the approaches the teams are taking in this first match. Yes, we have not really seen much action aside from one of the unique players, of course, getting traded off. But other than that, it's been rather quiet on the map so far. But we can see that blue zone is closing up, so you're about to look at where this next phase is going to be taking us. And in true Sanhok fashion, there's not necessarily an aggressive shift coming through after this first initial phase has concluded itself, as we can see that now just continuing with a little bit further down towards that more southwestern direction. But this again is a beautiful setup now coming from Lusail, and if the players from Darkness had actually stayed in Painan, they could have had a beautiful setup coming in on towards that angle. But now already, as we can see, a lot of teams looking to contest any of these potential angles. Intruder, I mean, look at their position. They are so close to Painan, with G3, of course, right there, hot on the heels. But again, this is going to be that snowball effect here, is once the first engagement comes through, looking at where these teams are positioned, it is going to be a absolute bloodshed, as we can see Flacco now also taking a little bit of damage there, as Intruder just look to hold up their position.
Yeah, it really is like a ripple effect. I mean, one drop of chaos does ensue the rest of the map, especially with those rotations now coming on through. Super Young starts finding zero tolerance as well, with a bit of a close-knit rotation there towards what an interesting spot by Quarry. If we look at it, so many teams just huddling around there, so that's going to be quite fun to witness. And of course, a few more teams having to actually still join the party, like Slime4KT and Cryptics, as we can see alongside Myth, who still need to find a little bit of safety inside zone. So hopefully Super Young Stars will be able to reset themselves and maybe just fall back for the time being, because I think they are lacking a little bit of that information to really invest into this one. You don't know who's going to be lurking in the shadows or lurking in the grasses in this case. So very, very cautious as to which engagements these teams will be taking today.
Yeah, I mean, we can't really blame them for this, right? This is the last day of finals. This is where they are going to be looking to rake in any possible points they can find situated anywhere on this map. And of course, we can see Blackjack Reverb now just scanning down in towards that quarry position with Unique, just holding on the opposite end. But again, we do see Blue Zone starting to make its way in once more. We're getting closer to that third phase now. And it is still very quiet. But the teams, they are just almost moving up, shoulder to shoulder, currently up in towards the zone, particularly looking at that more northern section of the zone itself. But we also have the players there from Slime, as well as Cryptics now starting to make their way in towards the direction of the zone itself. But again, Cryptics, a much more delayed approach coming through, right? They're just going to be riding the edge.
Yeah.
On a map like Sanhok, I kind of get the strategy. It makes sense.
Yeah, and it's something that they've basically solidified from the first day of finals this weekend. Something we've also seen them, actually implement at least would be to leave one person at least towards the outer edge while the rest go search for eliminations. So you sort of secure that placement and eliminations as much as you possibly can, which again, as you mentioned, in finals, it's all about consistency. Those points are not going to get reset anytime soon. So make sure you get them as best as you possibly can. So curious to see if they're going to bring that in today. Again, normally it is Senke that they leave out sipping the blue juice, as you like to say. But in the meanwhile, we can turn our attention here to super young stars who seem to have gotten the information they need.
Yes, indeed. They are going to be rushing right onto Blackjack, as we can see MG, the first one going down. Up with that is going to be Lelouch. And now Reverb trying to hold on as the pushes come on through, quickly swapping the weapons. But it is not going to be enough as the chaos just rains on down. And with that, Blackjack is reduced down to only Zane. As we can see, Zane on towards that southern side of the zone. Cronboy, of course, quickly sending that nade up in towards Lelouch. So now it's going to be a little bit of a tough play coming through there from Zane. But we can also now see that zone moving a little bit closer on towards the trifecta. So this is where Lusail, G3, Intruder, Triple, Slime, 1 million, and Darkness find themselves in quite a favorable position. All they got to do is look to defend those positions. But I'm also expecting a little bit of a slight rotation coming through from the teams already being positioned within the zone.
Yeah, look, an opportunity for them to definitely hold the line, wait for those teams to move on in and maybe pick up a couple of those eliminations, as long as they ensure that they don't get overwhelmed, because it's a lot of teams to go up against. It's a lot of management that you really need to deal with, because I mean, hey, we still got 56 players alive and lurking in the shadows to take your buildings away from you. But 1 million also looking to take out at least one member of Zero Tolerance. We see Skydo and Dexter having a bit of a stay down through the rock, but hey, vehicles, they do tend to explode sometimes when lead is pumped into the side of them. So is going to be finding a little bit of a knock, a little bit of a successful opportunity here with Unique now getting for the third party, rearing and going.
Yeah, I said it's going to be a snowball effect. And of course, ideally the players would like to add unleaded into their vehicles, but, they don't have much of a choice here. As you can see what happens, as you said, when lead gets fed into the vehicle there with Dexter being downed and those nades now flying in. Let's see, will this be the one to maybe bring an end to one of our first players for the side here of Darkness? I mean, Dexter really caught out in a quite a challenging position, right? Not really having a clear rotational path. And to add on to that, we've got the players then, of course, from Virtual Gaming, also positioned just over on towards that northeastern angle. So it is going to be a little bit uncomfortable for them. Meanwhile, over in towards Painan, we do see the players here now from Masters moving in from that southern side. Darkness also now retreating back into the Painan area. And of course, it is now up to Whiskey to try and hold up that front line defensive.
Yeah, looking at this now, I mean, a few fun rotations that still need to make their way into the zone, while Masters have a nice bit of a push going on forward. Whiskey just going to be holding the line, getting some information, but has to be careful here. Is a bit isolated from the rest of the team. Moment and Manuel, hopefully in a bit of an angle to try and get a couple shots in, but as soon as Masters moves into this building, well, those angles are going to be gone, pretty much. Whiskey holding the line up the stairs we go, is going to find Angelo. Looks for that immediate thirst. As we know, the rest of the team is going to mow on through to try and avenge their teammate. Sin and Elias now looking for the connection here towards Whiskey. Whiskey just desperately trying to stay alive and provide an open angle for the rest of their team as they find Ban. So this is huge work now being done. Whiskey has not only made sure to find two, but now opens Masters up to the rest of their team, at least until Elias comes on through and gets a beautiful, beautiful trade and manages to keep the entirety of Masters still on Sanhok.
Well, that was just so beautiful to see from Masters coming on through on that approach. They just holding their own in Painan. But of course, now it is going to be Umbra and the Super Young Stars also finding themselves in a bit of a tussle here. We can see it is going to be Joker and Chala left for Super Young Stars. PRZ keeping a very watchful eye, waiting for those pixels. Meanwhile, it is going to be wasted now. Just looking to clear it up. Shadowin still on their knees up ahead. But look at this Joker just about to find that position coming in towards the zone. And now we see Chala also looking for a little bit of a different approach. Looking to maybe rotate a little bit further away and then either moving north or towards the south, that southern side. But now Joker just quickly trying to patch up the health bar here. We can see PRZ also just moving a little tad bit closer. But that zone now having shifted once again. Still has a slight bit of Painan being playable here, but still, the teams have to try and get themselves situated in that zone as PRZ now steps up, taking down Joker, and now the Super Young Stars are down to Jala to try and bring in that final bit of a performance.
Yeah, out all the way in the blue zone, so a bit of a difficult opportunity, at least for Charlotte, to try and make that happen, but we'll see. We've only got 4 phases deep, so as long as there's enough meds available, I think we should see Chala at least back in again. But of course, Triple Esports and Slime 4KT now finding one another and cooking each other a wonderful set of nades. They are absolutely delectable, as Master can attest. Finding Storm, now looking for the rest as Aimer moves on up. Master just rolling around the rock, trying to stay alive and give some opportunity for the rest of the team to get involved. But DMX goes down. Master is alive, trying to get the medkit popped off, but it's not going to be quick enough. Triple Esports gets sent back into the lobby, and Slime 4KT pick up 3 eliminations, which is going to definitely bolster their way up those rankings if they can keep these placements in check. Now, Virtual Gaming, Cryptics, need to get out of boot camp, need to get into that zone. So interesting to see them obviously making a bit of a later rotation alongside Cryptics. Virtual Gaming is going to have to choose. Do we go Cryptic side or Slime 4KT side?
Yeah, it's not an easy decision to be making here, as we can see Alpha Luigi, of course, now rotating up right behind the players here from Slime 4KT. And, of course, Blue Zone starting to catch up with them. The rest of Virtual Gaming still positioned up in towards Bootcamp. Not quite sure what Alpha Luigi is going to try and pull off with this move, but does, however, spot out Storm. There we go. Beautiful shooting coming on through. Now, Aimer, Plaza, and Zeus holding up the angles here, looking to see if they can potentially spot out ahead on towards Faluji, and indeed they do, as we do see Alpha Faluji now getting taken right on down. The rest of the squad still to rotate through. That, of course, going to be One Shot and Zeus, but now they're taking a little bit of a risk here, running out in the open. Fortunately for them, Slime looking to get their teammate back up, so there is a slight bit of a distraction coming through. Meanwhile, it is going to be Masters now stopping the players there from Blackjack dead in their tracks as they have to make their way back into the lobby. But of course, we do see the tension still building over on towards the eastern side here.
Oh, plenty of pressure as we see many of these teams moving on in. Hema now finding at least PRZ from Umbra, so it's looking a little bit scandalous, of course. But Intruder holding that central position of the zone, so great opportunity for them. But again, if we look at the mini map, you will see, and if you look at the map, you will see just many names looking to take those buildings away from Intruder.
Yeah, so many teams now looking to get themselves situated in the zone. We see Umbra coming under fire, as is eFlex now. But look at that, Dexter not being able to get out of harm's way. And with that, Vortex closes it up, as it is now the end of the road. Hates now taking their angles over on towards Chills. But of course, Carry Boy will be returning the favor right on towards them, as Zero Tolerance now continue to try and push in from this northeastern side. But Hates now just ducking in and out of that blue. Carry Boy in a little bit of trouble here. I'm not quite sure whether or not he's going to be able to catch up with the blue. No! Down he goes. Carry Boy is getting knocked on down. Unique get eliminated. And now we are down to only 11 remaining teams. Of course, it is going to be Lord now taking several hits as they too look to push themselves in towards the zone. But the only team now holding a good, strong position is going to be the side here of Intruders. We can see so many more teams still looking to get that extra position in towards the zone. Meanwhile, it is going to be G3 now feeling the heat, getting sent up in their direction as they tried to make a quick dash for it. 6 now just trying to get themselves into a good position. Of course, also going to be looking to get that raise up on towards Nacho. Well, this is now where the blue zone comes on, heading so dang hard on these teams.
I mean, 11 teams, only 23 players. You'd best believe the numbers are dwindling here. We can see so many teams down to only one member available, and those one members are in the zone. So I'm not sure if they're going to be joining the absolute chaos, going down here towards Pi None. Intruder, absolutely vital position for them, as we've mentioned. And now that the herd has basically been thinned for them, this is a great opportunity for them, as long as they can keep this position. They've got full, and I do mean full control, not only of the only buildings in zone, but the entirety of the zone itself as well. So you can see Weiss, just capitalizing, finding 2 towards G3 Temper as they try and make their rotation in, and they get confirmed back into the lobby.
Well, that was such a great play coming through from Intruder. I mean, absolutely devastating on towards G3, but now we see Virtual Gaming also succumbing to the devastation we have unfolding on this map. But now it is going to be the players here from Masters looking to deal a few devastating blows into the side here of Lusail. Of course, we have Lusail taken down to only wanted Super Young Stars now. Can't survive that blue zone as we've got Chala getting absolutely obliterated. But now it is going to be a fight for a controlling angle here. Of course, that zone getting ready to pop as well. Hemo not getting that nade where they would have wanted. And of course, it is going to be the end of the road now for Masters. But up comes that shift now, still favoring Intruder. As we can see, Zeus and Storm trying to find a good angle to get themselves back into contention for the zone. Weiss and Hemo will be keeping up that front line defensive. Down to 7 teams we go. A lot of players positioned out in the blue, but it is also now the end of the road for Zero Tolerance as they too tried to make their push coming in. Lusail also biting the dust, and down to 5 we go. As we can see, it is going to be Slime 4KT and Intruder fighting it out for a controlling position in the zone. Cryptics, Umbra, Myth all have their players positioned outside in the blue, but now look at Storm cooking up those nades, trying to see if they can reach all the way across over towards Intruder, but unfortunately their nades keep on popping in the air. Now Umar, the rest of the squad, looking absolutely great here. Intruder definitely stepping up to the challenge. They already have one winner chicken dinner. How many more will they be able to secure as Myth now also get taken right on down? Here we go. A little bit of a rush coming through. Shadow, we're now trying to get up in front of that blue zone. Down goes Zeus. Beautiful shooting coming through from Weiss once more. But now the pressure is on, and with that, it is going to be Slime 4KT getting taken on down. Down goes Umbra, and it is now going to be Cryptics with their player out in the blue zone. And with that, they can't survive, and the players from Intruder Africa pick up the first winner chicken dinner right here for today. Beautiful running coming through from them, and this, of course, being their second chicken dinner on Sanhok.
And I mean, they were absolutely just spoiled for choice in terms of the eliminations they wanted to pick up there. And it's a lot to manage. I mean, we mentioned that, yes, you're one of the first teams to get yourself sent to zone, but you have to deal with all of the teams flocking to your position to take you out of that position. So it is absolutely difficult to deal with that, not get overwhelmed, manage all of these teams going at you. And they did so beautifully, not only taking G3 Temp out, Slime 4KT as well, and then it was just waiting for the solos in the zone to, well, fall to the zone, unfortunately. So great opportunity from Intruders, and really good start for them on Sanhok.
Yeah, a very, very dominating play coming through there from the side of Intruder. But I got to say, I really like and appreciate how they just held their dominance on those positions coming into that zone. Definitely not looking to have anyone else gather any ground moving on through. And I mean, such a devastating performance coming through from the side of Intruder, but it does fantastic things for them. As we said, right, one team needs a strong match, and that could bring in a lot of changes coming through alongside that. And also, as I said before, this was the second chicken dinner for Intruder, but also the second chicken dinner that they've been able to find coming through on the map of Sanhok. So it does seem Sanhok is definitely their map, as they've now claimed 2 of those chicken dinners on the map. But who knows what the rest of the day will have in store for these teams. Of course, we also know we do have a few of those highlights from the past Sanhok, just to remind the viewers of the action and the chaos we had erupting on that screen. But again, as today, off to a really strong start, and I do expect a few teams who had a bit of a challenging start here to seem to try and find a way to kind of bounce back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what they have to do. They don't have any other choice. So we know Sanhok, the first Sanhok of the day, done and dusted. They've had their warm-up. They still have a second one coming through. But let's just remind ourselves what happened on that first one and why it was so chaotic.
Some beautiful plays getting brought in there once again. But of course, now we need to take a look and see what that match rankings are looking like. As we know, the team stepping up, finding a few of those eliminations along the way. And of course, some strong plays coming through from the side there of Intruder. 13 eliminations to their name, but also a really strong effort being put in there by the players from Zero Tolerance Skills and Master Esports. Both teams picking up 7 eliminations. But I got to say, Intruder Africa just looking so phenomenal with those 28 points. And that is the kind of approach, the kind of play that we want to see coming through from these teams here today.
That is what we would love to see, and we would love to see a little bit more of that for the rest of the teams, as you've mentioned, that maybe didn't have quite the start they wanted to on Sanhok. As we go towards the second page, I mean, we had the first page finishing off with 8, going over to 4, 2, 1. You know, it starts to trickle down just a little bit, but good efforts coming through from Super Young Stars, and of course 1 million to pick up a couple of eliminations, so the placements at least are bolstered just a little bit more, as well as Darkness. So we'll see what's going to happen as we move on to our next game of Miramar. As you said, now it's suddenly, you know, out of the chaos into, well, into the desert, into the very far reaches of the desert. So maybe some breathing room for some of the teams to really get their foot, you know, settled into the ground that is this finals weekend. Hopefully that is going to happen sooner than later, but still, the overall ranking should be very interesting.
Yeah, definitely agree that the overall rankings would look quite interesting, looking to see what these teams have done now. And of course, we also see the players from Cryptics just sitting 1 point ahead of Virtual Gaming. So this past match doing some great things there for them. But at this point, the teams can't let anyone get positioned above them, right? So regardless of where you are going to have to grind it, because we know every slot is worth a different amount with regards to that monetary value. So again, Virtual Gaming getting moved down into second position, Umbra getting moved down into fourth, but of course the players from Intruder taking a beautiful leap all the way from 7th place now up in towards that 3rd position. Again, that second winner with Chicken Dinner doing absolutely great things for them. But look at how balanced their placement points and elimination points are. Both of that sitting on 62 points apiece. But of course, as we look a little bit further down, Slime still holding strong to their current angle there, with Lusail also still in the top 8. So the only change we saw is the positioning of the teams coming in the top 8. But now, as we move into the second page, Zero Tolerance just making their way alongside the players there from Masters. We can see, of course, both teams sitting now on 88 points apiece. But then we've got Darkness right there up in 11th place with Super Young Stars, Unique, G3 and Temper, G3 Temper rather, and Temper, as well as Blackjack. Both teams now sitting on 74, pretty much the same amount of points we saw them kicking this match off with. But, you know, G3 at least finding 2 points, but still, we want to see a lot more of a push coming through. And this is where I'm hopeful to see what the teams will be bringing in over on Miramar.
Yeah, huge opportunity, as we keep saying. You know, 5 more games left for today. So even if Sanhok didn't quite go as you might have planned, come back on Miramar, shake it off, and let's reset and get those points, which is desperately what all of these teams need to do. If they don't find themselves currently in the top 6, I want to go as far as saying, even if they don't find themselves in the top 2 right now, they still need to be pushing for the points. Even Intruder and Cryptics, Virtual Gaming and Cryptics, they could also maybe get knocked down a peg, maybe not quite down out of the top 6 pegs, but they definitely need to make sure they're getting enough points. So let's hope to see what these teams are going to be bringing on Miramar, especially G3 Temper. Miramar, it's still just a match in my brain, so I want to see it happen.
Yeah, and of course, quite a bit of excitement still ahead for us here today. But we also, once again, gotta remind you guys of the lucky drop that we have coming in as well. So be sure to keep a watchful eye on the live chat for that lucky drop. The questions will be posted in there, and be sure to include your player ID alongside your answer. But yeah, this is what we've got up for grabs for the viewers, at least in the live chat, and then also in-game. We know if you head over into the esports events calendar, you can participate in the event and then get yourself some additional PUBG Mobile Pro League goodies to walk away with that. But on that, of course, we are going to now be taking a quick break while we get ready for a little bit of that desert action. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back in a short few minutes.
فريق موجود مع لاعبين تيم الميدز، وهون عندك قايلنا عليك ماسك على الشباب وعلى طول سبراي حلوه بينوروا معاهم بنفس الترتيبه داخل الشابه على طول. مين منهم راح يطلع بالتشيكن دينر ولا ممكن قايلنا عليك يطلع بكلاتش مثل ما بنشوف ليزي بوي مارشال على طول بالبوش تحصل نوك داون. ليزي بوي الله عليك بياخذ ردة فعل كثير سريعه بيحصل النوك داون الثاني على بيت المنت والبوش موجود بطريق هون الار تي جي ضاغطين بشكل كثير كبير هدول
اللي صار لهم يمكن 10 دقائق متمسكين فيه وهي ما في اي مشكله. بس لاحظ عندك مارشال بالنيد، معقول نشوف تربل نوك، معقول نشوف اكثر من هيك. النيد الاولى بتنزل 200 دمج طالع وفريق بتم اقصائه بالكامل. مارشال بيطلع بالدبل كيل عليهم، لكن الكل الثالثه كانت انسرقت على ايديه.
قدم الامام البوش موجود منه السبراع بتكون على الاول ثاني ايجل اخر لاعب متبقي عم بيحاول ياخذ
تضمن الكلات وفجأة بويكا بضرب الإقصاء والرب آخر واحد.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals. This is our last day, and of course now the team's getting ready to make their way into our second match of the day, heading straight up into Miramar for a little bit of that hot and uncomfortable action. We already saw quite a bit of that coming through over on towards Sanhok, but now we get to see what the teams are going to be bringing in to the desert, as we can see the flight path starting all the way over on that Monte Nuevo side and heading right across towards Puerto, all the way over on towards that far eastern edge. A little bit more of a southern flight path coming through here, so the teams won't be reaching directly into positions like, the far northern areas, even Junkyard, Hacienda del Patron, El Azahar. All of those regions going to be a little bit more challenging to reach, but of course we know there's nothing that a vehicle can't help and assist these teams with. But of course, now we just look to see where the teams are going to be going, where our first initial zone will be popping. And as this is now where the pressure continues, right? This is where we look to see what G3 and Blackjack will be bringing in. We know for Blackjack, they've had some good runs, but of course G3 is a team that we know are quite formidable when it comes to Miramar itself.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the statistics, I mean, it's no surprise to see Blackjack or the likes of G3 Temper having players there up towards, the top fraggers list. So great opportunity. They've got great firepower. They just need to bring in those final placement points and really solidify themselves a fantastic game in Miramar. So, I mean, looking at that zone pop as well, I feel like it does give great opportunity for the teams to really get themselves settled and have the best foot forward into this Miramar. Hopefully, that's going to be the case. I do question, though, if we're going to have any sort of alternative drop sites coming in. Obviously, we did have a bit of a southwestern side zone, but I mean, we've also had a few drop sites, like if you look at Intruder and Blackjack, they do tend to be the only two teams in Los Leones. So we'll be curious to see if that's still going to continue today, or if the second Miramar might have anything to say about it, because it looks like the first one is going to be the same.
But I'm liking that change of going through from the side there of Umbra. I mean, dropping really close to Triple Esports, right there in towards Picado. So I'm liking the pressure, the tension coming through from these teams. But as we look over in towards Chumacera, this is where we see the players from Virtual Gaming. And also right on the screen, you can see just a quick reminder for that lucky drop as well. You can see the skins up for grabs there, so be sure to head on over to the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa YouTube and Facebook pages. Answer the question that you see being posted in the live chat. Be sure to include your player ID alongside your answer, and you could be walking away with a few of those lovely prizes coming through. And of course, also there's some other additional PMPL goodies up for grabs. Be sure to head on over into the Esports Event Center in-game and, just participate in the event, and you could be walking away with a few of those extra goodies as well.
Absolutely. We always love a good bit of goodies. It might, what did Sam say? It makes you play the game better. Skins equal skill.
Yes.
I'm not sure how factual that statement is, but I mean, you can go find out for yourself. If you go get the skins, you can let us know. Maybe just hop up on social media and tell us, that the skins make you shoot better, that it make you less of a bot. Who knows? Well, the only bots here is DK, because I'm a rock.
Yes, I am the bod master. But either way, yeah, I mean, if you look at skins, right, on a map like Sanhok, something almost resembling foliage, could be a
Sand,
good,
rocks.
could be a good bit of a play coming through. Miramar, it's a little bit more challenging because,
Sand,
something
rock.
that looks like sand. Yeah, that lovely kind of beige-ish color that we've got going on here. But that's only applicable for the northern side, right? If we look at that zone having a little bit of a presence in towards the south as well, that's where we do see a lot more foliage coming through, but also a lot more of those mountainous terrains, or those hillish areas, right? If that's even a word, but we'll make it a word if it wasn't. But now it's all down to, again, what the positions are going to be bringing in. I mean, Zero Tolerance starting off their day in the usual spot, all the way in Ruins, situated in that far northwestern side. And of course, Senke also all the way over in towards Val del Mar. Again, nothing out of the ordinary, really, what we're seeing across the board.
No, nothing too crazy just yet. And again, we're not seeing any initial engagement. So I do think it's an opportunity for the teams to sort of just shake off what happened on Sanhok, right? If you're one of the teams to get taken out early on, or didn't have quite the start that you really wanted, it's okay. you've got Miramar, you've got another Sanhok later on today. So shake it off. Let's get our heads into this Miramar game and bring the best performances we possibly can. So, I mean, rotation's already starting to center up. So teams there towards the outskirts, they have a bit of space to work with. They've got plenty of space to work with as well, as we know, because it is Miramar. It's huge, especially when compared to Sanhok. So these teams are just getting that wrapped around their heads. As they move on a little bit closer, I do want to know if Super Young Stars and Masters might butt heads a little bit. They are, I guess, in some sort of proximity to get involved, but we know Miramar, they've got space. Maybe they won't.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of the map, the size of Miramar, right? You are able to be relatively close to an opposing team, but also at the same time, that could also be a bit of a saving grace because it allows you that opportunity to just rotate around them, looking to see whether or not you can, you know, maybe get a bit of that surprise element to work out in your favor. But for the most part now, the team's just steadily looking to find a good potential angle to rotate up into. We have the players there from Zero Talents also making that long trek all the way from the northwest. We've got the players from Triple holding center zone up in towards Picado, of course, sharing the region here with Umbra. But the rest of the teams, you know, relatively well spread out. We have Myth now, however, looking to just add an extra little bit of spice as, you know, they're just scouting out the options in the direction of the Super Young Stars. And Triple, now, curious to see where they're going to be going. It does seem like they could maybe be looking to just reposition themselves a little bit.
Yeah, maybe find a bit of a better compound, maybe find a little bit of a ridgeline to work with. Some angles definitely could help to get that information that is going to always be needed with all of these teams just snuggling on into the zone. As we know, it's only first phase, so it's just going to get crazier and crazier. The space is going to get so limited with all of these numbers still being involved. It does seem like Darkness did take a little bit of damage. Not sure if that was vehicle related or actually player related. We'll have to wait and see if anything does come from it. But a couple shots just raining down off in the distance. So far, again, nothing too crazy, which is what we've come to expect. But I'm going to ask you, DK, do you think you would want a bit more of that southern side zone, you know, with those crazy mountainous areas? Or is there particularly any sort of other spot in the zone you would like the zone to sort of shift to?
Definitely south, because it is going to challenge the teams, right? It is going to be making it a little bit tough. I mean, yesterday we did see a lot more of those shifts heading further up north, you know, towards Crater Fields, water treatment, all those regions. But I'd ideally like to see the zone sit somewhere along that southern belt. It doesn't have to be a true southern shift, but as long as it's inclusive of the south, I do think that it's going to be quite exciting to see what the teams will be bringing in. And one of the other reasons for that is because we do have a few of those cities also being positioned down there. I mean, Chumacera, not really a city, but, you know, it's still kind of a challenging position to be playing in. And we've also now seen that Los Leones is entirely open, seeing that Intruder and Blackjack have both decided to rotate out and rather look for a different position to make their plays from.
Maybe even join Umbra or Triple. There's an opportunity here for the teams to really get themselves centered up there towards Picado. Look, if it's going to be a case of like, you know, fighting for the buildings already, I'm not sure if I want that quite yet. But a few teams still making a bit of a trek into the zone. Lusail and 4KT will be one of those teams. The zone just waiting to show us what's going to be the craziest shift possible. Who knows? Maybe it's going to go south. Maybe it's going to go somewhere else. But there's plenty of interesting, you know, points of interest on this map that I think could definitely give us quite a nice little bit of a better zone shift. But hey,
there we go.
We want it. We got it. I feel like the zone is just, you know, being so nice to us. I don't know how nice it is to the players, but they're nice to us.
Yeah, it's because of the waistcoats, right? That's why. Because you know,
dressed up,
yeah, that's why. That's why it happens. And of course, now we see Chuma set up being smacked nap center zone. So a good position actually now for the players of Myth to be in, but they are going to be contested for that position. You can see Umbra, Virtual Gaming, all starting to push in. Of course, right alongside them, we do have the players there from Blackjack also trying to just make their way into the zone. And it is now going to be Knight taking aim as we see Lelouch getting taken down. Zane just being able to avoid a little bit of those shots coming in their direction. But unfortunately, that van has rolled on through, and Reverb now comes in with a beautiful off angle right on towards Dexter. And this is the kind of action we want to see. 1 million now just coming under fire as we can see Blackjack really looking to bounce back. But now, will they be able to get the job done?
That is going to be the question. I mean, they did go out pretty early there towards what we saw from Sanhok, at least not what they would have wanted, not the performance they want. They want to reset and they want to get themselves set up here. So 1 million now, having to recover Dexter. As you do see, Blackjack applying quite a bit of pressure, cooking up a couple more nades to add to the pot, you know, get a good stew going here. And 1 million going to be returning the favor. Dexter still busy bleeding out there, so hopefully Eflex or potentially the rest of the team can find an angle here to work with. Smoke's going to be popped, trying to get that cover. Time is of the essence. Dexter, ooh, just in the nick of time, I think it might be, but MG so close to get involved at a moment's notice. So the molly's going to be sent out. Oh, there's going to be a rough DK.
Yeah, indeed it is going to be. But now, oh, Knight coming under fire. We've got Eflex now just holding on the opposite end of the ridge. Up comes the rush. Down they go. Reverb also getting traded off. And now Black lost. Left to try and make a bit of a plan here. We can see Zane also just looking to move in to fortify and strengthen the position they've got there. MG quickly now tending to Reverb, looking to get the numbers back in their favor. But up comes Zane now, looking to just wrap around the edge. Maybe we could see Black Lost making a grand escape. But of course now they are going to be pushing up in towards that vehicle. MG already getting ready to rotate on forward. Reverb just hopping in the vehicle. And now it is going to be that opportunity for them to potentially get a bit of a rush going on. As we can see Black Lost now just trying to park that vehicle in a safe spot. But not quite sure if that was maybe a little bit of a bait and switch. As Black Lost now comes under fire. MG trying to reach all the way across. And Black Lost now trying to play it a little bit more calculated. Trying to put as much as of that terrain in the way as they possibly can. But we can see Reverb and Zane, they are not going to be satisfied with those options. They will be coming in hot pursuit. But this is where Black Lost now needs to be super cautious, because we've got the players here from Slime 4KT just up ahead.
I mean, the same could be said here for Blackjack Esports. They don't know that they're running into a bit of an ambush here from Slime 4KT, who have spotted out Black Lost. And I mean, with a shot like that, that is going to be the end of 1 million Esports. They get sent back to the lobby at the hand of the final hand of Zeus. So now Blackjack, I mean, they can spot out what's happening on the feed. They know, okay, there's someone up ahead. Maybe we should not go for that pursuit. They're going to hold back and just focus on what is the zone going to be offering up as a bit of a next hors d'oeuvre. And we do see a few teams still out in the zone. So for them, they need to continue that rotation as we do censor around Chumasera.
Oh, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Now it is going to be absolute chaos for these teams. Lusail all the way down south, but of course Darkness still to make their rotation into the safe zone. Now we see Umbra, PRZ keeping a very watchful eye here as they have a little bit of contention coming through. We've got the players from Myth, of course, positioned right up alongside them. But I'm liking that information gathering trip coming through there from the side of Umbra, right? Not going to be pushing in too aggressively. Instead, looking for an alternative rotation to get themselves situated. And now we see the players here from Myth turning their attention on towards Intruder. But it's a beautiful position coming through for Intruder. They've got the high ground, and they've got such a beautiful line of sight for the most part of this zone. But now it all comes down to how they are going to be looking to deal with the pressures coming through. Of course, it is going to be Myth. Now, Ramsey getting taken down as we got Scope and the rest of Unique now rolling on forward. It is going to be Chills and Phantom just flying down from atop the hill. Up comes Broly just quickly looking to get that vehicle and just move it into a little bit more of a safer position.
Yeah, you need to be careful here. Plenty of eyes that can get involved here. You can see Ramsey. Those shots moving on in, and Unique. Great opportunity for them to pick up at least one elimination. Hopefully they can reset themselves and get back into the action here. Of course, we've got Intruders there towards the high rise. So Slack being confirmed does mean Unique is down to 3, but that's okay. They got one elimination as a trade-off, so they're still making up for it either way. Still, plenty of teams moving on in. We do see a few of the teams a little bit later on that rotation. So Masters have a bit of that outside zone to deal with. Great opportunity for them. Make sure that they don't have anyone to worry about coming from behind. For the rest of the teams, however, oh, it is chaos because we can see so many Skittles. So many Skittles on this map. And that does mean that chaos is just around the corner.
Yep, there's a lot around the corner. And for Super Young Stars, it is going to be the players from Cryptics that find themselves just around the corners. We can see Senke now just looking to find a good rotation up into this next phase. Already we know this phase has taken a shift down towards that more southern side but I'm liking that quick reposition coming through from Cryptics right now, looking to come in with a bit of a surprise approach. A lot of the teams now being a little bit more concentrated in towards that central band, as we have a vast selection of teams now occupying the space here. We've got Intruder up alongside the Super Young Stars. We've got Myth just on the opposite end to them. Of course, we can see Unique there. We got G3, everyone now looking to move in, but still, Masters Esports yet to make their push up in towards that zone. Currently just out there sipping on blue, but now they got to focus on getting themselves situated. And that next phase, of course, is going to be popping momentarily. And with that, the blue damage will increase exponentially. But now, Chumacera getting a lot of love as that zone just closes up on towards it once again. Now, this is going to be the opportunity for Intruder and the Super Young Stars to continue to fight it out, looking to see which team will be the one to dominate at least this section of Chumacera for the time being.
Oh, okay. Intruders looking for that bit of information. They've exchanged a couple of utilities, but they need a little bit more. We know Lashin is proned up right close and personal. Raouf now repositioning, maybe getting a bit of a higher rise position, getting that angle line of sight. In the meanwhile, Super Young Stars, they are moving slowly but cautiously because they do not want to take a full investment here. We know if they do, they might be seeing the end of the lobby. The rest of the teams still making their way into zone, and as you mentioned, plenty of opportunities for other teams to start their own engagements. As we can see, Lusail and Darkness now finding one another.
Oh, but of course those nades continuing to get sent across. It is now Darkness looking pretty great, right? They've got a good concentration of their players here. As you can see them in relatively close proximity, but that could also be quite devastating, especially when those nades reach all the way in towards them. Meanwhile, it is going to be Myth now just tapping away at the players there from Blackjack, who we can see rotating up in ahead of Lusail and Darkness, but Virtual Gaming also not too far away. Meanwhile, it is going to be Umbra and Triple fighting for control of the edge of zone, but Triple Esports now coming in with a little bit more of a spread out rotation, as they do find a slight bit of a vantage point moving in from that more northern angle. But now, of course, they are rotating up right into the Hornet's Nest, which is going to be the position right here onto the northern side of Chumacera. And again, not a lot of options for the teams to move into, but they are definitely going to try their luck.
Oh my goodness, I mean, talk about choosing a bit of a tough situation here. Triple now right towards Blackjack Esports, already one going down, and the rest of Triple Esports trying to hold on. 3 players still alive, but of course they are a bit split up this time around. So DMX in the same building as MG. Right around, just on the other side of the street, you've got Myth looking to get involved as well. So this one-on-one could prove a little bit disastrous here for either side. We've got Slime 4KT as well, running on through into the zone off of a great little bit of engagement there towards Masters Esports. They picked up 3 eliminations alone from that, so already bolstering their points here. And of course, my eyes are on that center part of Chumacera. It is absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, and it's not going to be stopping anytime soon. Of course, the pressure continuing to build now, as we can see MG just quickly huddling down. We got DMX right here alongside them. With that, it is going to be the end of the road now for Masters as well. So 2 teams already getting sent on back, and now it is up to the rest of the lobby to kind of hold a controlling position right here in towards Chumacera. But I've been wanting to see a bit of a city finish, and that is exactly what we have coming through. I mean, even Darkness, Lusail, they're not in Chumacera, but they've also now find themselves in these compounds, looking to just alleviate a little bit of that pressure, as we know that zone getting ready to move in once again. But which way will it go? If it moves down south, it is going to be quite problematic for the rest of the lobby, but also the players here from Cryptics are going to be finding a lot of pressure now, a lot of heat coming their direction. Fortunately, it takes a beautiful shift heading further up north, and this is where Myth now find themselves being zone blessed. But of course, Umbra, Virtual Gaming also having a good initial setup coming into this phase.
Yeah, look, there's a few players from the other teams that have found just a bit of a foothold into the zone. But of course, Lusail looking for that trigger there towards Darkness, looking to at least thin the herd a little bit. Because we know we still got 14 teams left in this one. So of course, the numbers, they don't mean placements just yet. And already the engagements are starting, as we can see the feed lighting up. Oh, hello, knock, knock, open up. Here's a nade right to your face. And Lusail are looking good. I mean, the HP bars of Darkness are so low.
Yeah, they are super low, but now look at this. The nades continue to fly on in. It is Watson looking to clear it up, and those mollies getting sent out. Oh, it is absolute devastation. As two players from Lusail now get traded. Boyka also getting picked up. Moment having a lot of pressure now riding on their shoulders, but it is going to be Watson looking to push in, and oh, they succeed. Lusail pick up the squad wipe onto the side of darkness. Absolutely beautiful push coming through there. But of course, now time is up. They have to focus on getting themselves back in towards that zone. Meanwhile, there's going to be Cryptics pushing through from that southern edge. We can see the players there from Zero Tolerance also looking for that rotational path. Super Young Stars holding strong. Raouf coming under fire. Oh, the edge up on the water tank, not paying off, but with that carry boy. Now lasering down on towards Lord. Up comes Skydo with a quick response. Down goes Carry Boy, making their way right back into the lobby. And now, of course, it is going to be Lazy Boy coming under fire once again. But Vortex getting traded in that push. And up comes another hit. Skydo lands some devastating blows into Lazy Boy, but it now gets run right on down. It is going to be Hate and Senke to fight it out for a controlling position right here up in towards the southern edge of the zone. But now, ooh, that is so close coming through. Senke looking to push up so aggressively. Hates now trying to back and forth it, and down they go. Hates getting the elimination in on Cryptics. 12 teams remain, and as this is just so great to see.
Oh, yes, indeed. And it's not going to stop anytime soon. The rest of the teams as well looking to just give themselves a little bit of space. And the only way they can really do that is by taking out the competition. As you can see, the feed still lighting up as teams are looking to reposition. Now Slime 4KT right up ahead of Umbra, who have to take a little bit of a line forward. Wasted, going to be the first scout to try and get that information. Lusail, in the meantime, unfortunately, getting eliminated thanks to Virtual Gaming moving up onto their position and being the first team in the zone to keep them out of it. We see Umbra a little bit low on the health, but I mean, Slime 4KT, they are out in the open. Only really a ridgeline and some smoke to help them hide.
Yeah, but definitely not a lot of options really left for these teams, as we can see that zone shifting up into almost no man's land. But now Umbra trying to make a push coming through from that northeastern side. They have still the players here from Slime 4KT to deal with, but we can see a few more of those sprays now finding their way on in, and it could be coming from the players there of Virtual Gaming, but also it could be coming from G3 all the way on the opposite end. You can see Morteza now trying to peek away. Beautiful shooting right up into 6. Absolutely great utilization of that SLR popping in right there. But now let's see where they are going to be looking to push up next. Of course, it is going to be Slime 4KT now rushing straight on forward. But Shadow, when holding up the defensive line, picking up hit after hit. Storm now also getting downed. And with that, all the pressure now goes to Zeus, the last remaining hopeful for the team here, looking to see if they can close it out and just finish pretty strong coming into this match. It is going to be Umbra now looking to clear everything up, at least over on towards this northeastern side. But this now alleviates a lot of the pressure for them somewhat, because they've got a good option now to get into a little bit more of a secured position. Meanwhile, it is going to be Intruder and the Super Young Stars fighting for control coming through from the southern side. They've got Myth, Virtual Gaming, Unique, and G3 positioned up ahead, as well as the players coming through from the side of Blackjack, or the player. That is, of course, going to be Reverb. But now we can see Nacho tapping away. Look at this. Weiss coming under fire as Virtual Gaming laid down some brutal coverage there, and it is the end of the road for Intruder.
I tell you what, my focus on G3 Temper right now. They find themselves in the zone and still fighting it out here for a potential change in that overall rankings. This could be absolutely huge for them. They are a little bit zone blessed, but of course the rest of the teams now moving on in. Virtual Gaming, the only other team with their full numbers still intact. And I say for now, because we can see that feed still lighting up. Umbra out. 6 squads remain in this crazy zone.
Oh, and of course now the pressure continues, right? We can see Virtual Gaming trying to hold on to their position situated down in towards that southeastern side. They have controlling numbers coming through, but of course we look over on towards G3. The same can be said right there. And now Scope getting picked up as Flacco spots a great opportunity. Unique meeting their match, and off they go. Oh, Joker are coming under fire. Down goes Myth as well. Farouk getting knocked right on down, but Super Young Stars now taking too much damage and they cannot survive it. Off they go, heading right back into the lobby. Of course, we're down to our final 4 teams. It is going to be Virtual Gaming and G3 rocking their full squads. Broly now getting spotted. Oh, let's see if Flacco will be able to send that nade in. Off it goes. Oh, so close. And it finds it. Down goes Broly. Beautiful nade coming in there from Flacco. But now the push coming in. That is what they want. Get the knock and then rush the heck out of it. But of course, it is going to be Momin and Farok now looking to hold up the defenses here, looking to prevent those pushes coming through from G3. But this is a great opportunity for G3 just to get themselves situated up in towards that zone. Farok, meanwhile, will be sending a nade downstairs. Moment going in to Broly, looking to get that res on through. But now G3, they have to clear out this building if they're looking to get themselves situated in the zone, because Myth is going to be quite problematic if they don't do that.
Oh, this is huge for G3. This is the opportunity they have been waiting for. A huge potential to jump on through, but they first have to take out Myth, the only other team with a bit better numbers than the rest. Of course, 4KT down to 1. Buden goes down, and all of a sudden G3 need to scatter. They need to find the angles here towards Myth.
Oh, they're going to apply the pressure very, very quickly. Broly now getting traded up as well, and is now down to Moment and Farok. But of course, we can see Slime also looking to test their options because Zeus positioned up north. But look at this now. Farok taking a swing over at Virtual Gaming. Down they go. It is now all riding on Moment to res the rest of their team back on up. Meanwhile, Virtual Gaming looking pretty good, pushing in from that eastern side. The only player they have to worry about at this point is going to be Zeus coming through from Slime. Meanwhile, Myth is distracted by the advances coming through from the side here of G3. As you can see, Nacho, Flacco getting ready to make a rush. Of course, now scattering once they hear that nade getting sent across. Nacho keeping a watchful eye, but of course, they still have to keep one eye focused on the zone, while the other one focuses right here on the side of Myth. Of course, already Myth sitting on 5 eliminations. Broly tries to yeet himself out, but down he goes. Blue zone now starting to move on forward. Another hit. Potentially up in and towards Broly there. We got Farok now getting ready for push. Moment. Oh, down they go. Absolute devastation. And Flacco comes in with the clutch as the hits come in, and it is the end of the road. Virtual Gaming now standing between G3 and a potential great performance. But now Flacco getting bombarded. Nowhere left to go. Zeus, meanwhile, just going to be chilling there on the edge. Just waiting to see where that opportunity will be coming from. And of course, now Zeus cooking up the nade. Sending it over to Zeus. Let's see what will happen. Oh, it's close, but it does not find its way all the way across, though. So it is going to be a 4v1v1. 2 solos left to fight it out. And now, Virtual Gaming looking absolutely fantastic. Looking to pick up another potential victory for themselves. Already, as we know, they are sitting on 3 chicken dinners. Will this be their 4th? Down goes Flacco. So it's not on the books for G3 to get that chicken. But now, it is down to Zeus, the lone player standing between Virtual Gaming and their 4th winner chicken dinner right here in the finals. Of course, now we can see Alpha Luigi just waiting. They know that Zeus has to move that blue zone. Now going to start coming in as well. And with that, Virtual Gaming picks up their 4th winner chicken dinner. Absolutely on fire as the Virtual Gaming roll on through with 12 eliminations to their name.
You know what they said? Listen, we know Cryptics just took our pole position. They got 1 point ahead of us. You know, we might as well just pick up, I think, what, 12 eliminations to just secure pole position again and the winner chicken dinner. So coming on through with a beautiful performance there. And, you know, I thought they were pretty quiet coming through, but no, they've been picking up teams after teams after teams. I know they picked up at least Lusail, but somehow, some way, they have been absolutely nailing it. So G3 Temper, still big shout outs to the rest of the team making a good bit of a rotation. They're picking up a decent amount of eliminations in 3rd place. That is really going to help them on those overall rankings. I'm not sure how yet, you know, how much just yet, but it's a good start. It's a good start.
Yeah, also got to give a big shout out there to Zeus from Slime 4KT, managing to just sneak their way up in towards that zone. I mean, I was waiting for a few of the namesakes to get into a fight, and it was so great to see Zeus sending a nade over to Zeus while trying to get Zeus to go out of the match so that Zeus can take the winner chicken dinner. And of course, we know how that one went down. Again, a beautiful big congrats going out to Virtual Gaming. But I mean, this is you know, showing me that Virtual Gaming is actually quite a scary team here, is because I mean, looking at the performance we saw coming through from Super Weekend as well as league plays, right? They were not playing like this. And they did decide to start stepping it up as they got further through those Super Weekends. But I'm thinking that, they were maybe just trolling us a little bit,
Oh,
right?
yes.
Because,
Oh, yes.
I mean, this is a different virtual gaming team altogether.
I think we had a glimpse of it in their first Super Weekend on Sanhok. I remember they picked up like 15 eliminations right off of the bat in their first, and they had to come back in that second week. So they had a lot of pressure on them to build up enough points to get to this point at all. It's been a huge story for them. It's been a huge story for many of these teams to actually just make it into the finals. But coming through a performance like this, we were questioning it. We were like, okay, well, was that Sanhok just, I don't know, was it lucky? Were you just rolling on RNG? Or was there something hiding in the tank? And apparently they added a bit of nitrous to their fuel tanks, because they came through on Miramar with an absolute beautiful blazing performance. And I want to see more of it. I want to see them fighting right up until the end.
Yeah, and I do think that is exactly what we're going to be seeing coming through from the side there of virtual gaming. And of course, just to remind you of a few of those crazy plays we saw, let's hop straight into the highlights. Gotta say, I mean, Flacco was just so devastating in this past match. I mean, that nade that he sent out over into Myth, that was just so great to see. And then, of course, once that rush came through from G3 onto Myth's position, I mean, that was so great to see that being pulled off there. But of course, we now have to make our way over into the match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring on through. Of course, it is going to be Virtual Gaming coming in with their 12 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner, sitting on a very comfortable 27 points. And of course, Slime also finishing strong alongside G3, coming in with 17 and 16 points respectively. But then we also have the players there from Team Myth. Also, just reminding everybody that they are a team to be worried about, as they've come in with their 5 eliminations, all the way in that 4th place with 13 points on the board.
Of course, they want to get back into the top 4 in the overall rankings, so this is a great start to do so. Miramar already a little bit of a reset for some of the teams that didn't quite have the success they needed on Sanhok. I'm seeing a few of the teams coming through on the first page that were finding themselves, towards the latter end of the second from the previous map. So great start for them, great change up, and hopefully we keep seeing a bit more of that. I mean, to see these names on the second page is weird. I don't think I'll ever get used to it, but at least, there's always going to have to be at least 8 of the teams on this side, so it's okay. Coming through, second map done and dusted, 4 maps left, and of course, we know those overall rankings might still have a bit of shifts to do.
Yeah, they definitely will have. So we can see Virtual Gaming now moving around with the numbers here, bringing in a little bit of that devastation once again. Of course, now adding their 4th winner chicken dinner to the board. Absolutely insane to see that. But now we see the players here from Cryptics still holding strong in second, but Slime actually jumping up quite a bit. Well, English, please, DK. All the way into that 3rd position. But look at the points, though. The top 6 teams, so contentious. And now, of course, it is up to the teams not sitting in top 6, looking to show us what they can bring to the table. Of course, we know 1 million relatively hot on their heels, 19 points away. And then, of course, we got Lusail almost about to break into that century. But, of course, moving on to the second page, the story continues, right? Still, one good game can change it for any of these teams all the way to 15th. I mean, Triple Esports, if they are looking to be in contention here, they definitely have to make some miracles happen. But so far, it also looks like the day has been relatively challenging for them as well.
Yeah, and G3 Temper moving up through to 10th position now with 90 points. This is a good start for them, but they have to keep going as well, because we know at least 125 points is the margin or the threshold to get closer to that top 6. And it's not going to stay that way at all. We know every single one of the teams are going to continue to bolster as many points as they can on those overall rankings, because that's what they need to do, or we won't be seeing them move forward. We also won't be seeing them, of course, maybe getting that first prize. So looking at it now, plenty of opportunities, as we know. We're going to keep saying it, but they are slowly but surely dwindling. 4 maps left. And we know we've had the first Sanhok, we've had the first Miramar. We're going to go over to our first Erangel of the day. And then the warm-up is done. You're going to come back, and these teams might be having a whole different game, as Virtual Gaming has, for the rest of their opponents.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit of a play yet to come in from these teams. So looking forward to seeing what Erangel is going to be bringing in. But of course, we have to give a big shout out going out to Nimo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So much love going out there to Nimo TV. And of course, speaking about much love, we also have the lucky drop still continuing onwards here today as the teams or the players, the viewers. Well, that took me a lot of attempts to get down to it. But of course, for the viewers, you can participate in the live chat. The questions will be dropping over on YouTube and Facebook for the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa channel. So be sure to head on over, answer the question, include your player ID when you give your answer, and that will enable you to stand a really good chance of walking away with one of those skins. But of course, that then also means that we are going to be taking a very, very quick break while we get ready for a little bit of that Erangel action. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys in a short back in a short few minutes.
On the forefront, gets some damage, hurt from that nade, but now he's inside the building. He's in safer territory, but now you've got to win that fight. Good little bloom shot. He does get one knock. Because of how you throw them, they're going to bounce a really big distance. Lost obstacles to deal with it. They keep full control of this high ground. He peeks around the side into the smoke, and shot will count hard for them. And yeah, RTG caught their pants down once again, I have the impression, in these big splits where they drop. I think that's it though for Virtual Gaming as they take themselves out. 5 teams still remain, down to 4 now as Masters up to 9 eliminations already. And
a little bit of awkward terrain here to just try and stay pretty well hidden. But up comes the rush now. Super Young Stars looking to move on forward, and up comes the hit.
The other team, but I'll see if they can try and get them to win. Nice peek from above. Angelo.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals. This is our last day, and of course, we're heading into our first Erangel of the day to see what the teams are going to be bringing in as they make their way on through. So far, a really satisfying performance coming in on both Miramar and Sanhok, with the players from Virtual Gaming picking up the last winner chicken dinner right there over on towards Miramar. So absolutely great plays coming through from these teams. I mean, a lot of aggression being seen on the battlefield here once again. But now, as we're getting ready to move into a little bit of that Erangel action, we get to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the table and what their approach will be moving in on towards that battlefield. And at this point, we're still waiting to see what the teams are going to be, which teams rather, are going to be looking to step it on up as we make our way on towards the map. As we can see, starting all the way up in towards the northwestern side, the lovely Georgia Pool over on towards that right-hand side. And it does seem like the flight path is going to be looking to push all the way across towards that Sosnovka military island. So a rather satisfying flight path here, but now it all comes down to where the teams are going to be looking to drop down, and of course also then where that first initial zone will be forming up.
Choices. I mean, looking at this, the teams more than likely probably going to go to their usual drop sites. You might even see Unique going back to Severny, which has been a while since we've seen them go there. But of course, they have a little bit of competition. We did see Virtual Gaming drop there as well yesterday, so interested to see. I do think we're going to see a little bit of that hot drop coming through. We'll see if they disengage or not. Blackjack over towards Zaki, so a little bit of an alternative drop site for them as well. Might be interesting to see how Lusail reacts to that, if they do indeed. But it's all going to come down to that zone that's going to determine how these teams are going to react and move out of their current positions.
Yep, definitely what we're going to be looking to see. And of course, the players, well, hopefully they are going to be bringing in quite a few surprises, at least with regards to drop locations. Nothing out of the ordinary, as we can see a lot of the teams now just breaking off in their respective directions. But of course, that zone will be starting all the way over on towards that lovely northwestern side, with Everest now being smack dab center zone. And this is where things are going to be taking several interesting twists, right? Because the region in which the zone is positioned is already quite a bit of a challenge. And of course, another challenge is going to be the questions we see happening in the live chat over on Facebook and YouTube for the channels of PUBG Mobile Esports Africa. So be sure to head on over, participate in the competition. You could be walking away with a few of those skins. But now, as we look up into Severny, we see the players here from Unique and Virtual Gaming starting in a little bit of an interesting position.
I like this. I've missed a little bit of hot drop action. Yes, I do want the teams to, stay consistent, survive, go onto the rest and keep that structure going, but it's just so fun. It's just so fun to see a little bit of hot drop action. So, Virtual Gaming finding, of course, a new surprise, because Unique have come back to their old stomping grounds, looking to make their mark here. So as they go silent, trying to get that information, we do see Virtual Gaming a little bit more spread out, as, of course, Unique is trying to huddle together, at least as much as they possibly can. We do see Phantom just holding the line, looking for just any sort of movement up ahead. And same can be said here for Virtual Gaming, who are trying to do the same. So this is going to be interesting for them, because they are on edge of zone. So, I mean, technically Virtual Gaming completely, safe, have an opportunity to not really have to worry about rotations. But Unique, I don't know, if you want to disengage here, it's going to come down to what Virtual Gaming are going to do. If they're going to hold the line and just sort of stick it out here, they might really be a huge obstacle towards Unique.
Yeah, they could definitely be quite a bit of an obstacle, as we know. Virtual Gaming already just popping off today so far. In fact, for the entirety of the finals, Virtual Gaming is really proving to be quite a formidable team to go up against. I mean, they are sitting on the highest elimination count as well, sitting on 68 eliminations being found so far. The only team close to them is going to be Intruder, sitting on 64 eliminations. So I'm loving what we see happening right here on the battlefield. But of course, for the time being, it is going to be a little bit more tranquility finding its way through, even though we have two teams up in Severny, Unique and Virtual Gaming. The rest of the lobby just going about their business, everyone just looting up, getting sure, or rather making sure that they are good to roll.
Yeah, I mean, not, again, other than obviously Unique and Virtual Gaming, maybe a few alternative job sites making their appearances, it's nothing too out of the ordinary. The teams, they've been going through to these locations. They know the grounds to cover, and they know what they need to do. I am seeing a few more of those 3-1 splits coming through as teams are trying to get some information. Zero tolerance, in fact, from Skydo, specifically moving a little bit closer towards shooting range, as well as Reva from Blackjack, you know, just spotting out the competition, seeing what they can do about it. Maybe Moment as well, just staying behind towards prison. So a little bit of information gathering coming through for these teams as they do need to make a bit of a choice here. With Everest being center zone, that does provide a bit of an interesting possibility. Of course, that depends if the zone is going to shift that way. But we know, I mean, the first team to get towards Everest is normally Cryptics. So if there's going to be another team that's going to contest early on, they would want to be the first team to set up. But it's that gamble to take right now. It's going to come down to when that zone shift comes through, how's it going to be looking, and if Everest is even going to be an option or a viable option for these teams to work with. I think it would be fun, though. I do think it's going to be quite chaotic if it goes to Everest.
I do think for the next phase, Everest could still be within play. So I don't really see that zone shifting too drastically from where it currently is. Of course, that can all change as we get into those later phases, but at least I do think for the second phase, we'd still have a little bit more of that Everest position being an option for these teams. But now, again, we see the players from Virtual Gaming, they've disengaged from Savoni. G3 also now just exploring their options, getting themselves a little bit of information, right? Nacho, again, on the scouting mission, just trying to see what lays up ahead. And of course, there's going to be the players here from Darkness that we saw just rotating up alongside them. But of course, Darkness looking to push a little bit further now on towards that more western side. And again, they've got Chopsticks to move into. But aside from Chopsticks, a lot of the compounds a little bit further up already, you know, being occupied by the opposing teams.
Yeah, Ruins is going to be fun. I can tell you that much. Looking at this, we do see a lot of the teams obviously trying to get a little bit more center zone so that they have the shortest possible rotation, or at least, you know, it's the safest gamble that they can take. We don't know. Maybe there's going to be a huge shift coming through. I mean, there's a few teams obviously still sticking to the edge of zone. 1 million also taking quite a long rotation. They're actually moving out further out away from zone, maybe towards Milta Power. So I'm not sure of what they're trying to do. Maybe just trying to get some loot up. You know, maybe the loot phase hasn't been going too well for them. But they've got time, as well as Intruders and Masters who have to head on through from the military base island, which currently they don't actually have contention for, which is great opportunities for them. But of course, Triple Esports now setting themselves up and setting their sights on Darkness here.
Oh, but of course, Myth coming in from the off angle there as well. Manuel finds the first hit in towards DMX. Tornado looking to step on through with that beautiful confirmation. And now a little bit of a rocky start coming through here for Triple Esports. It is down to Maestro, Master, and AWM. But Tornado taking a little bit of damage there. But of course now still we're looking to see what Myth is going to be doing. As you can see, Farok and Momin also now on the approach, looking to swoop in behind the players from Darkness. And of course behind Triple, we've got G3 also looking to crash a little bit of that party. But up comes Ramsey. Now just playing the angle so beautifully. And now Triple Esports in a lot of trouble. But fortunately, Master and AWM have had the opportunity to get themselves out of that pressure situation.
Oh, yeah. You can get yourself out of that, but potentially into the next, as we see plenty of teams moving on through to this vicinity. So you best believe there's going to be some third parties raining on down to these teams. Now back in the vehicles we go, trying to get the information. Broly just rotating on around as well, doing the same thing. And again, Ruins, I mean, closer up there towards Everest, we see Cryptics. These center parts of the zones are going to get absolutely contested as the teams are all trying to nestle into safety, which is what they need to do, because otherwise you are going to fall victim to one of those teams setting themselves up earlier on and then just throwing lead in your face as you want to rotate.
Yes.
It's not fun.
Yeah, I mean, lead hurts, right? Because it's quite heavy. But of course, now as we look to the teams and also wait to see where that next phase is going to be taking us, we do see, of course, the players there from 1 million as well as Slime now still yet to rotate in towards the zone. We do have that active rotation coming through from the side there of 1 million. But now let's see how much further they will have to travel, as that zone is going to be moving up on towards
Ooh.
the northern side, centering right on the position we see Lusail in. So all they got to do now is look to hold their angle up into that cube position, and who knows, they could be playing quite a devastating performance from that front. But down south, it is going to be absolute chaos once again.
Oh, it's so rough to witness all of these teams just moving on through. Of course, Cryptics, they're from Everest. They're going to look for a little bit of a quicker rotation off of Everest, particularly right now, because we know you don't want to be the team running down a ridgeline just open to anyone throwing their crosses your way. We've got Super Young Stars and Triple Esports now starting us off here with some nice little bit of action here as one goes down on either side. A nice little bit of trades back and forth we go. Joker coming around though to put the last couple of hits in, and AWAM trying to hold the line with Master as they only need to find Lashin jumping out of the window looking for the angle, and it is going to be a tough ride here. Lashin really doing the most, but still one to find as Master pushes on through, spots the head, spots the angle, takes the couple of shots, but it's not going to be enough. Super Young Stars, they stay alive, and Triple Esports, unfortunately, yeah, look, back to the lobby they go.
Yeah, it is a very unfortunate play coming through for Triple Esports now. But as we move on a little bit more towards center zone, we can see the players here from Cryptics, Myth, and G3 getting ready to just duke it out. Of course, a vehicle explosion coming through for the players there of Cryptics now results in Senke being the last remaining hopeful. Myth now just taking up occupation of the compound, as we can see a little bit further away. But this is where Senke is now in a load of trouble, as we've got G3 positioned just north of the bridge. And of course, Myth, we know them to be a very formidable team as well, are going to be looking to apply the pressure onto Senke, at least with the long-range hits. And I mean, a lot of these positions continuing now to just boil over, as we have Intruder and 1 million situated over on towards this western side. We got Slime also looking to roll on through towards the north, but Virtual Gaming, they've heard the hits. They've now come in to inspect, and this is where Knight is now just trying to, you know, maybe reach across and pick up a few of those hits.
Of course, I mean, some early eliminations are always going to be welcomed here from the teams. I can tell you what, though, Vortex is not welcoming Masters to their building. They're really not enjoying this unsolicited guest just jumping on through. But we'll see what Masters can do about it, and the rest of Zero Tolerance, of course. A little bit more spread out, so making that rotation back in, trying to get the angles here. And Masters, 2 players in the same building as Vortex now. So Skydo, just peeking around the edge line, is going to have a couple of shots thrown their way, so the information is gathered. Hates, though, so far out. So this is essentially a 3v4, depending on how Masters are going to move in here. At least for the time being, Vortex has to work with 2 players looking for their position.
Yeah, and of course now it is all going to be down to Vortex to just try and convey the necessary information. Sin, Ilias, going to be looking for a bit of an entry point here. Still waiting to see where Angelo is going to be coming in from. But also, it is going to be Banned just holding out on the outskirts. Not going to be looking to push up too aggressively just yet. And ideally, I mean, I think a good decision here for Masters would be to disengage and potentially look to rotate either towards the west. As we can see, there is a few options for them. Also, now that the zone has shifted west, but going north, it is going to be a little bit more of a challenging rotation to come on through. But they also have to be super wary of hates that we can see there from Zero Tolerance. Meanwhile, it is going to be Blackjack and 1 million finding themselves in a bit of an engagement right over on towards that eastern side. Zane coming through with the nades. They're cooking them up. Dexter quickly just pushing on forward, trying to get out of harm's way, but Eflex holding off Dexter on the front line. Down he goes. The rest of the team now getting ready to rotate on through, but the shots continue to fly on in as Blackjack continue to try and push the effort here. Now looking to pick up those eliminations, but look at that map. There's so many teams pushing in from the southern side. Meanwhile, Blackjack not able to reach the shots in towards the players there that we just saw rotating away. Of course, now it is going to be Eflex and Black Lost just, you know, counting their losses and looking for another position to call home. Meanwhile, center zone is going to be absolutely insane. Once again, we've got Myth and Unique looking to take up occupation there. Look at these positions. Ramsey already getting knocked down, as we do see that hit from Sly coming through. But I'm liking this approach from Unique now. Just starting to circle around, looking to apply the pressure into the side here of Myth. but will they be able to get it done? I mean, up comes Scope now, getting ready to push. Here we are. Oh, is this going to be the play, though? Myth just holding their position, trying to keep quiet as much as they can without disclosing too much of that position. But Unique looking frantically for that position, looking for that angle. But Umbra, as we can see, also now moving in from that eastern side. Phantom coming in with a beautiful off-angle position here, just trying to flank around, looking for those potential angles. And now it does seem like Phantom is going to look to rather rotate up to the rest of the squad.
Looking at it now, some of the teams still having to finish their rotations as well. A few later rotations, if we look at there towards Masters and Zero Tolerance, looking for that opportunity to get in either towards the east or the south. And Unique as well, making that rotation. Virtual Gaming now finding Darkness. So a couple nades being exchanged, but now they really need to find an opportunity here and trigger. And there it is. Tornado is down here.
Oh, here we go. Bedrock's now feeling the pressure. Moment trying to cook up that nade and just to provide a little bit of that alleviation to the pressure. One shot. Now getting caught up by the molly. Beautiful hit coming through for Moment, but up comes the rush. The rush as Zeus getting ready to move on in. Moment gets traded. It is now up to Manuel to try and get that res in towards Whiskey. While the players here from Virtual Gaming now start to descend. It is one shot rushing on through, of course, now quickly hopping in the buggy. Off goes Darkness. The shots rain down. Will they be able to escape? No. Manuel gets traded. Whiskey now just flying away, trying to get into a little bit of a safer position. But man, this is looking so challenging for Darkness. Meanwhile, the players here from Virtual Gaming are doing an absolutely phenomenal job keeping the pressure as high as they can, not allowing any team to get a bit of an advantage on them. Meanwhile, it is going to be the players here from Intruder and Unique huddled up in the underground with Blackjack now looking for a little bit of an opening onto the side here. But oh, look at those nades now flying on in. It is absolute chaos as Unique now make their way back into the lobby. MG blowing himself up with a little bit of a team nade. But this is now the opportunity for Intruder to come to inspect, as we can see them now getting ready, pushing up those stairs, looking for that potential angle. Down goes Zane. Omar also now getting traded, but now let's see whether or not Hemo and the rest of the squad here from Intruder will be able to keep the pressure up. Lelouch, Hemo staring each other in the face as both players cook up the nades, looking to send them on through. Lelouch now not sending that first one out. Up comes the bounce. Will it catch up to Raouf? No. They're able to put enough of a gap in between themselves and those utilities. But now, again, oh, the nades continue to fly. Blackjack picks up a little bit of damage. Nothing too much just yet. But now the pressure is on. Intruder can't move out of this position, but they will have to, as we do have that blue zone now starting to close on through. So, I mean, Intruder, they don't have much to work with here.
Ooh, up the stairs we go. Intruder looking for the angle here. MG just trying to dodge the nades being thrown towards their faces here. And of course, the rest of the teams now making the rotations into the zone. We can see 4KT finding Zero Tolerance. Many of the teams now going to be finding each other as rotations come on through. And Blackjack still trying to keep Intruder in this tunnel because they want those eliminations.
Oh, but let's see now. Intruder having a little bit of a blockade set up in front of them. They're still looking for a position or potential option to get themselves out of the underground. But that buggy is definitely going to be making things so challenging for them. Meanwhile, Blackjack keeping the pressure on, making sure that Intruder will not be able to get out, at least for the time being. But let's see how much longer they are going to be looking to stick around here. We do know that blue zone is closing on in, so Blackjack needs to still prioritize that positioning back in towards the zone. Meanwhile, we see in the feed Virtual Gaming and Umbra going at each other all the way down towards that southeastern side. But here we have Lelouch now getting to move that vehicle out of the way. It does seem like Intruder now are being pinced down. And of course, it is going to be Umbra. Virtual Gaming fighting it out right here on the edge of the zone. Up comes one shot looking to come flying on through. Umbra trying to get their numbers back up. You can see Morteza PRC just a little bit further away. Wasted and Shadowin now on the front line on the receiving end of those nades as they come on through. Up comes the rush now. Petrox looking to see if they can find that angle, find that opening. Oh, beautiful back and forth. Frantic search coming on in. Meanwhile, 1 million get eliminated as the players there for Myth apply too much pressure to them. Petrox now just patiently waiting. Wasted getting traded off as one shot sends in that nade. The next one about to come on through. Morteza Now keeping a watchful eye, but Shadow are now coming under fire as one shot lays it down. PRZ still in a position to make a bit of a stand here. Down goes one shot as PRZ dials it in. Now the rush coming forward. Alpha, Luigi, and Zeus, the two remaining hopefuls now for Virtual Gaming. But look at this. Umbra looking to stop them in their tracks. So we got one shot now also getting traded off. The confirmation finding its way on through. It is absolute brutality now between Umbra and Virtual Gaming. Of course, PRZ now trying to get the rest of the squad back into fighting for Morteza, keeping the pressure on. But Virtual Gaming not being able to find the angle onto them just yet. There's going to be Zeus looking to send out a few nades, trying to reach across. But Virtual Gaming keeping the pressure high. Umbra now having a great opportunity here to get a quick reset. Morteza still playing Overwatch, looking for that opening, for that angle, as well as some additional information as to where exactly Virtual Gaming is. But of course, the zone about to start closing up once again. As you can see, only a few seconds remain on the clock. And this is now going to be do or die, as we can see. Alpha Luigi coming in with a little bit of that pre-fire. Morteza keeping the angles up. But here we have it. Oh, look at that. Petrox now trying to push on through. The sprays relentless from Morteza. Darkness, meanwhile, make their way back into the lobby. And here we have still the standoff coming in between Umbra and Virtual Gaming.
Ooh, around the corners we go. Virtual Gaming looking for that angle. Zeus now going to be the first one to go through to the line. Alpha Luigi, huge flanking position here. Trying to get a line of sight towards Shadowin, who's just dodging and diving, looking for that information. The rest of the teams, of course, are going to join momentarily. Lusail already throwing a couple of shots at the backs of Virtual Gaming here. So time is oh so much of the essence.
Yeah, indeed it is. But of course, now Lusail going to be looking to just push a little bit harder onto the side of Virtual Gaming because they need to get themselves situated in zone. This now creates a bit of an opening here for Umbra to get that reset and now look to apply the pressure back on towards Virtual Gaming. Alpha Luigi, meanwhile, will get traded off as we can see Lusail coming in with a beautiful off-angle approach, just third-partying the heck out of this. But up comes Umbra now rushing straight onto Virtual Gaming. It is going to be Zeus finding the hits on down. Cryptics also now getting eliminated. But we are down to our final 10 teams. Umbra still in a good position. Same can be said here for the side of Virtual Gaming. But Lusail being an absolute nuisance here, as we can see. Virtual Gaming having yet another knock come their way. Meanwhile, Super Young Stars heading over into the lobby as well. Wanted now also getting traded as we see Farok there from Myth firing in from that center zone position, looking to just cause as much devastation as they possibly can. Meanwhile, Watson not having a lot of options left here, looking to smoke it up before rotating further. Again, Virtual Gaming just holding their position. Umbra still not backing out of this fight.
Ooh, angles being spotted now, Morteza. I mean, a lot of smoke being popped, so, I mean, you can look for those pixels, but they are going to be very difficult to find. So many teams here, 9 teams now looking for that rotation, and Myth, they have been given a pretty good opportunity here if they can hold that position in zone, while Umbra, they look towards Virtual Gaming.
Here we go. Here we go. Who's going to get it, though? I mean, I'm loving this back and forth between all three of these teams. But now, with zone shifting up, they have to prioritize those rotations. Meanwhile, it is going to be Watson sending a beautiful nade right up in towards Alpha Luigi. Umbra taking this opportunity to get themselves a little bit better established and a little bit closer to the edge of that zone. But of course, up ahead of them is going to be quite a bit of a challenge as the teams still remain in their angles here. It is now the tension being turned over on towards the side here of Lusail. But who will be able to clutch it out? As there's, again, not a lot of options here. Myth also just rotating up into the compound, as we can see Watson and Lusail just looking to move on through, applying even more pressure. But look at this, Farok swinging on through, and with that, it is the end of the road for Lusail.
Oh, no, no, no. But obviously, we're going to be looking at Myth now that have just set themselves and found a great, great opportunity. As they confirmed Lusail, they pick up those eliminations down to 8 they are. And of course, there's still plenty of teams to maybe bolster those numbers. Now, G3 Temper and Zero Tolerance, the next 2 teams up for a bit of a shave here.
Oh, come on. Up comes Lord, crashing right on down, but down he goes, Skydo. Now the last hopeful for Zero Tolerance. Of course, the push going to come through, and with that, G3 cleans it up. Zero Tolerance packing their bags, making their way into the lobby once again. 6 teams now remain left to fight it out. We've got Masters, we can see, positioned right here on the edge of the zone. A very exposed position. Intruder, meanwhile, will get traded off as well. Slime now coming under pressure as Angelo sends out a beautiful nade, but Myth holding an absolutely devastating position. So commanding. But now look at this. Plaza trying to pick up the hits over on towards Nacho and Buden. G3 not having a good position, but they have to try and find a rotation back in towards zone. Meanwhile, Plaza continues to apply the pressure onto them. Sin also now getting traded off, so we can see coming through in that feed. All the teams now just hugging the edge of zone, waiting to see where the next phase will take them. Umbra coming under fire once again, but look at this now. The players from Myth actually taking several hits as PRZ lines up a shot on towards Broly, and that is the opening that Umbra needs to get themselves situated in towards the zone. Meanwhile, it's going to be G3 now looking to sneak their way back into zone, but of course they've been spotted. Nacho right there on the front line. Buden taking several hits, one away from getting knocked. Moment now lasering down on Wasted, and look at this. Plaza also looking to add a little bit of the contribution right there, and with that gets the confirmation, the knock rather, onto Buden. Nacho in a world of trouble right now, as we can see Plaza cooking up that nade, getting ready to send it on. Will it make it to contact? Oh, so close, but fortunately for Nacho, doesn't exactly reach all the way across. Meanwhile, it is going to be Buden getting traded off, and now, that zone takes a devastating shift further down towards the south.
And still favoring, I guess, closest to be Myth. But of course, recovery has to be made as Myth now pick up 2 knocks, unfortunately, that they need to recover here. Plenty of the teams just adding the pressure, as we know. And Umbra might be the first to get that confirmation. One well-placed nade, and that could be the end for Myth.
Oh, it could indeed be. But now it is definitely the end of the road for Masters, as Angelo and the rest of the squad just couldn't hold on. Of course, it is also going to be Slime 4KT making their way back on through. Now, 3 teams remain. It is going to be Umbra, it is going to be Myth, as well as G3 fighting it out for the finish. Nacho, the last one. But now, Ramsey, just here on the edge of the wall. Myth already sitting on 11 eliminations. Umbra sitting on 7. Ramsey trying to just create a bit of a pathway to get themselves back in towards a strong position. Ramsey continuing now with the utilities. We can see Morteza also now just starting to pop those smokes, getting ready for that push, that quick rotation. Meanwhile, we do see Moment coming under fire. Farok using this opportunity to get themselves situated. Up comes that rotation. Nacho keeping a very watchful eye, just sneaking up into zone, waiting to see what's going to be happening between Umbra and Myth. Of course, it is going to be a 3v3v1. Morteza beautifully set up, just barely within the zone. But now, you can see those nades getting sent out once again. Wasted, about to receive one in their direction. Doesn't exactly reach all the way across. PRZ, Wasted. Morteza looking to advance their way. Will they get in though? I mean, of course, the players here from Myth are going to be looking to close it up. There we go. Wasted getting traded. Now it is up to Myth to try and push on through. Moment already getting that position in the zone. Up comes the shots now from Nacho. Morteza, the rest of the squad, just looking to see if they can find anything and drive it home. Of course, Umbra down to 2. Myth now still looking absolutely amazing. Morteza coming under fire. Down they go. PRZ in a big amount of trouble now, as we can see the health bar just dwindling next to 0, and with that, it is the end of the road for Umbra. Nacho now having to defend spots out Moment, but this is now the opportunity for Ramsey and Farok to close it up as they pick up the winner chicken dinner. G3 getting sent out in second place, and of course Myth picking up their second winner chicken dinner right here in the finals.
Look, it is a super weekend, and it has been a super weekend of absolute action. Myth coming back to try and take and reclaim potentially their rightful place there towards the top 6. So as we looked at it, you know, we saw Myth in that top 4 from yesterday. They've been pushed down a little bit thanks to the rest of the teams also making their appearances and picking up points, but now they're looking to catch up and close the gap. So that top 6 points placement is looking to really, unfortunately, be very devastating for the teams that haven't been keeping up with the action. So we'll have to wait and see how those overall rankings are going to look like, but we're officially towards that halfway point of today and getting ever closer to the end of finals.
Yeah, and it's quite exciting to see what the teams have been bringing in so far. I mean, Erangel just popping off like it's no one's business once again. And it is so satisfying to see the team stepping up, making it so contentious. But of course, as we know, the point situation coming into the match was very, very close for a lot of these teams. And we did see them really putting in strong efforts, trying to push themselves as hard as they can. And it was great to see G3 coming in with a strong finish in that match, right? Nacho being able to survive into that very late zone. And of course, you know, just getting a little bit overpowered by the sheer numbers still up in front of them. But either which way, still a very great play being brought on in. And of course, speaking of the great plays, we do have our highlights that we'll be moving into momentarily. But again, I'm quite excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. Right, so far, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, all these maps have just been absolutely on fire with different teams so far stepping up, claiming the victories. And that makes me super excited to see who will be bringing in the rest of those chicken dinners here today. But as it stands now, all we can do is wait and see what the teams will be bringing on through. Because again, it is still anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, and they've had their first opportunities to look at the maps. They've had their first taste of both Sanhok, well, all three, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel. So now it's coming back to that second iteration. Are they going to keep things the same, or is there going to be some changes coming through? Because this is going to be the final push for teams to get those points. And for some teams, it's looking a little bit more dire than the rest if they want to get into those top 6, if they want to get into pole position, depending on where they find themselves. It is going to be a huge drive right through to the end. But as you mentioned, we got some highlights to check out. So let's go take a look at them right now.
So much devastation on the battlefield once again, but it is so satisfying to see these teams really making it so challenging for each other, and we're not really seeing any team on a runaway performance just yet. Regardless of how hard they try, the rest of the lobby will not allow that to happen, and I gotta say, it is so beautiful. But of course, it is also now time to take a look at the match rankings, with Myth coming in 1 point short of dropping a 30 bomb, 14 eliminations being acquired in this last match. And of course, then we also have G3 Temper and Umbra sitting on 17 points each. Of course, Masters also finishing on those double digits, coming in with 11 total points.
Ooh, looking at this, it does really make you wonder, are the teams going to be able to catch up or close that gap? So far, G3 Temper definitely looking like one of the teams to try and do so. Of course, after that game on Miramar, with this on Erangel, they might be on a fantastic path forward. Lusail Esports, at the end of our first 8, picking up 6 points. If we move on to the second page, we can see how close it was for the rest of these teams towards Erangel. A good set of eliminations spread out amongst the top, and of course we can see Blackjack maybe just hogging maybe some of the rest towards the second page, picking up 6 alongside Super Young Stars picking up another 4 as well. So not too bad a split. Of course, 1 million team unique triple not having the best of luck into that Erangel, unfortunately, but we'll see how that's going to change the overall standings. Of course, we know 1 million was one of the teams to start off this finals weekend with an absolute bang. So you can just take that as a good indication of how the heat has been turned up.
Yeah, the heat has definitely been turned up quite a considerable amount. Of course, now as we move into our overall rankings, it is going to be the players from Virtual Gaming still holding on to pole position. But But of course, we do see Cryptics now getting moved down to 3rd place as this last beautiful performance coming through from Myth moved them all the way from 5th place up into that 2nd position. Of course, Team Umbra also getting a little bit of a kick me up there, all the way in towards 4th place, moving up from 6th, in which they've started the match. Slime, however, now getting moved all the way back into 5th position as the pressure just continues to go. But I'm liking this, what we're seeing right now, right? The top 6 starting to create a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a barrier between themselves and the teams looking to catch up. But of course, G3 bringing in a beautiful catch-up game, jumping quite a considerable amount already in today's performances. And now they find themselves sitting on 7th position with 107 points.
Oh, just one away from that top 6. We'll have to see if they can make it happen in the last 3 games of today. But of course, there's a huge sort of target on the rest of those top 6 backs, according to the rest of the lobby. They want to make sure they get there as well, but it's going to get a little bit tough as we move on to the last 3 maps of the day, because yes, not only are you chasing points, but obviously you are also going up against the likes of all of these amazing teams, and the pressure is building. So that mental game is going to come down to absolutely the most important part and aspect you can take into this one, alongside obviously a great game. But I mean, that's up to you. We'll see how that's going to come through. But yeah, it's been a long road for these teams to make it happen and get to this point. I'm curious to see if we're once again going to be surprised going into our 2nd iteration of the maps.
Yeah, and of course, looking at what we see currently with the point situation, right? Coming into today, it was very, very close between these teams, right? Looking at the point difference coming in from that 3rd position all the way towards 15th. But now that has changed completely, right? Now that we have a bit of a barrier with the top 6 teams, they are 30-odd points ahead of the team sitting all the way from 7th place, a little bit further down. So it is becoming more and more difficult for the teams situated lower on that leaderboard now to accumulate enough points to actually catch up and make their way into that top 6. It's not impossible, but it's going to take a lot of focus for the teams to try and pull off a move like that. And of course, speaking about moves, we got to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So much love going out there to Monster Energy. And of course, speaking about much love, we still have the lucky drop that's going on. Be sure to head over into the live chat on both YouTube and Facebook for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa, and you'll see the questions being posted. The first question already up on the YouTube, on the Esports Africa channel, so I'm pretty sure it's on Facebook as well. So be sure to head on over, answer the question, include your player ID in your answer. That will help make things a little bit easier. But of course, on that, we are also then going to be taking a very quick break before we return with more of that Sanhok action. So stay tuned. We'll see you guys in a short few minutes. brought in Unknown. Now, of course, goes skiing
Do it again.
down the side of the mountain. I'm not quite sure how exactly he did that, but well done, GG. Of course, Chala now going to be trying to pick up L1 down below. L1 trying to ride it up, but unfortunately, it is a very easy play here for Chala.
Yeah, AK pushing it. They have very little positions to control here, and teams already set up. And they're just trying to maybe get one player to survive. That would be a huge win for them, but they have spotted away the car explode. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that's it for Smoke to hide behind, which is great for the super young stars with that car. That is a huge position to fight from. They finally get the knock onto Banana, and he's out of the game.
For final 19, quite a bit of a fight breaking out on towards the north. The west side is going to be quite challenging, but Lashing
Now they're building. Create a little bit more free will estate, but it's not Unique are going to be spotted out and instantly taken out to win those gunfights down below. That's a huge win. Still a one-on-one trade, but the main issue is the res is indeed possible. The front kill, 8 spotted away. That's it, an extra elimination for Sanhok.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals. This is our last day, and of course, we've already concluded 3 matches. Next up, we're heading straight back into the jungle to see what the teams are going to be bringing on through as they make their way onto the plane for yet another run through all our maps. Of course, as we mentioned, it is going to be Sanhok, and without any delay, we'll be hopping straight into the plane to see what the teams are going to be bringing on through, where they're going to be dropping in. Of course, it being Sanhok, flight path not being all too essential, as we can see it's sitting down on towards that more southern side. But now we wait to see where that first initial zone is going to be popping.
Sanhok number 2. That's going to be what's going on in the back of their minds. Let's see how they're going to take this challenge on. We know 3 more maps left. So Sanhok, a map generally we do expect more eliminations to be spread out. You know, among the teams, maybe they have an opportunity to get those third parties really rolling and bolster their opportunities, obviously, on the overall rankings. But it has been so top heavy with regards to eliminations and placing points recently. So with the regards of that zone going to the northern side and really limiting already the limited space we have available, it's going to be an interesting one to see how these teams are going to take on the challenge.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be quite interesting indeed to see what they'll be bringing on through. And I'm going to say I'm loving this Western shift. It does add an extra level of complexity with regards to the team's rotations. But of course, we also have a little bit of that hard drop action coming through with Unique and Masters Esports over into Camp Charlie. Now for the viewers, you can also participate in the lucky drop. So be sure to check out the questions being posted in the live chat over on YouTube and Facebook for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa. And be sure to include your player ID in your answer. Now, we'll wait and see what the teams are going to be bringing in up into Camp Charlie. Not a position we see them really fighting it out much.
And of course, for the viewers at home, you can make sure to open up your PUBG mobile application, go to that esports event center, and participate in the event to get your own set of winnings. Some lovely, lovely little goodies there from PMPL. And of course, Masters Team Unique. Once again, another showdown for Unique to potentially start us off with here. Whether they'll disengage or not, I think this time around they have a bit more space to do so. There's quite a few teams in the vicinity as well, and G3 now finding triple.
Oh, there we go. Flacco now looking to push on forward. Masters sends out a beautiful nade. Not quite sure if Masters got enough ammo. Oh, he's getting chased around the rock, and down he goes. Flacco with the easy clap coming in right there. Of course, the first point on the board now for G3. But, well, AWAM is going to be looking to contest Flacco for that. Buden, of course, coming in behind AWAM. And with that, down they go. So I'm loving this cat and mouse game now happening between the teams as they find themselves in close proximity once again. But with that also, it is going to be half the team of Triple Esports now getting sent back. The rest of the squad on towards that more northern side of bootcamp. But now, we look again at the teams, right? It is Camp Charlie once more. Still, the players here from Masters just holding their ground. Not going to be looking to move up to Outlandish just yet. And the same, of course, can be said for Unique.
It's going to be interesting. We do have a few teams quite shoulder to shoulder. But again, it's that choice of do we engage, do we not? I mean, elimination points, just they look so juicy. That's such a good opportunity. But they also carry their own risk. Already a few numbers dropping. So it is going to be tight here for some of the teams to recover and reset going back into this one. Now, Unique taking a bit of a push there on towards potentially Angelo, who is going to spot out a few interesting figures, just relay that information to the rest of the team as they try and set up into this one. But currently, there's not an easy line of sight, not an easy way to get into this fight. So Masters, they hold strong, they hold steady, while Unique move as a unit, just clearing the buildings, looking for Masters.
Oh, but of course now, you know, Masters could maybe be in a little bit of trouble looking at the approach coming through from Unique, but also they could also be not, right? Because both teams relatively spread out. So Sin now just standing there staring at the flames. It's like, what, was that supposed to hit me? It missed. So now Exist, of course, going to be looking to take a little bit of a different approach here. But I'm liking both teams now, just trying to keep their distance. Scope also just applying that trigger discipline, not necessarily jumping at the opportunity. Instead, looking to ensure that the entire squad is going to be in position before they look to take the assault.
Cooking a couple of nades, sending them through, just sort of like the baits initially. Angelo, you're so close. He's going to spot out Slyke, just throws a couple of shots, not quite getting the knock. So that information now instead goes to the rest of Unique. At least the return is there, but now the full-on trade comes through as the rest of Unique look to find that avengement. They want to get Angelo and they want to get the rest of Masters here. Hello, Exist is going to be finding, unfortunately, the floor.
Yep, indeed they do. And with that, it is, a beautiful response coming through from Scope. As we can see, Ilias also looking to challenge for this position. We got Ban moving in from behind. But the QBZ just doing some devastating damage onto the side there of Unique. Of course, we have the players there from Triple making their way back into the lobby as well. But still, the tensions build. As we can see, Unique down to Phantom, the last remaining hopeful for them. Of course, Masters also now just licking their wounds. They've lost Sin in this exchange. Darkness also now getting sent back at the hand there of G3, I believe that it was. So quite a few teams already making their way into the lobby. But now, this is going to be the players here from Masters Esports looking to see if they can come through with a beautiful squad wipe. Phantom now just trying to play it as cautiously as they can, keeping the eyes and ears open. But up comes Ilias, up comes Ban. Angelo also just on the front line there, looking to see if they can find a potential angle. But I mean, Phantom sitting ready with the Tommy gun in hand. That is going to be quite a difficult task to try and deal with. As we can see, Masters now looking on to move up. Oh, there we go. Oh, the hits down they go. Phantom. Oh, gets found out. And it is the end of the road for Unique in this match. And yeah, it's a little bit sad to see though, but at least Unique, you know, they've been able to find one elimination. And, you know, that counts to something.
It does count as something, but at least the rest of the teams, they're treating us to a little bit of that hot drop action. So getting closer and closer to placement point territory, just one away. So plenty of work has been dealt, and teams are looking to really sort of alleviate some of that pressure towards those final phases. I think this might be the least amount of teams we might see in those final phases so far. So this will be a bit of a treat, a bit of a change coming through, and this is what we've been waiting for. What are the teams holding in surprise for us and the viewers today? In the meantime, rotations have to come on through. Blackjack all the way, a little bit more spread out towards that eastern side. And I mean, Myth and Masters coming through, of course, from the southern side. Cryptics, again, still very split out, with Marshall being a bit of a scout, a little bit isolated from the rest of the team. But hopefully, we'll be getting some of that good information that could really assist at least Cryptics to hold this northern side. This is something that they've been waiting for. I mean, they always drop towards that northern side, and the zone just doesn't like them. So now they have an opportunity here to really make use of their home ground.
Yeah, it's going to be a good opportunity for them if the zone does shift up favorably for them. But now, at least for the rest of the squads, I mean, things have quieted down on those outlying regions. Now they can focus on getting their rotation sorted. Of course, we got the players here from Umbra all the way over in Camp Bravo. So they too have quite a bit of ground to cover to get themselves a little bit better situated within this next zone. Marshall also just on the outskirts there, not going to be too phased about rotating in just yet. And we see Blackjack as well as Masters, Myth, all looking to make their rotations on through. And I mean, this is where things are going to be taking quite a bit of a shift, because we will have that zone moving into the second phase, which means a little bit less room for the teams to utilize. But seeing that it's already up in towards that northwestern side, you know, such a big portion of that map just being water, I do think this next phase will make it even more challenging, and it could maybe continue kind of on its train, just staying over on towards that northwestern edge.
Metro Gaming as well holding quite an interesting line here. As we know, Trifecta is involved. Quite a lot of the zone, unfortunately, is water. So it's a little bit less space than what these teams would have wanted, but they still should find some at least easier paths into the zone to get themselves set up into the next phase. As we do wait for that next phase, we're going to see where that shift is going to go. And hey, back to a little bit more of the islands we go. Still quite a bit of water involved, but at least we're not out into the ocean. So at least an opportunity for teams to get themselves set up. It's only really a few handful that have to take a bit of a longer rotation, like Masters, who, as we know, still out in the zone, and a few as well just towards that edge.
Yeah, but of course now, as we can see, Blue Zone continuing to make its way on in, and that zone, yeah, I mean, it's a great shift, right? Waterway in the mix of it, looking to just add a few spanners into the works for these teams. And of course, we know this being second phase, there's a little bit of time left on the counter, but not a lot, right? Just under, well, just about a minute left, if we can go by that. And again, now 1 million, they have themselves very, very center zone. But again, Storm now not budging from her team just yet. No apparent reason really for them to be looking to rotate out of this. I do think once this next zone shifts, they might consider rotating up. But also now speaking about rotating up, we do see Carry Boy right here in the lumberyard alongside Zero Tolerance. Does spot out Vortex. Oh, and comes in swinging though. There we go. A little bit of a risky play there, as you can see. The rest of the team, of course, for Cryptics, positioned quite some distance away. Lazy Boy holding that position over towards that northern bridge. And now it is up to Marshall and the rest of the squad to come and bring in a little bit of support to their teammate here, Carry Boy.
This is going to be very interesting. Of course, we know Cryptics a little bit more spread out, but making their rotations in. And because of that spread out approach, they do have plenty of opportunities to pick up that information, as Carry Boy has just found. A little bit of a line of sight there towards Zero Tolerance. So rotations will slowly but surely move on in, and we'll see if Cryptics want to invest into this or not. For now, I think Carry Boy just throwing a bit of utility, trying to spot out the rest of the members, while Intruder turned their attentions towards G3 Tempo, who have been on a bit of a tear. They've found 6 eliminations, so I hope they can survive this one.
Oh, it is looking pretty tough, though. I mean, Flacco, the last one left, and with that, the shots come through, and down they go. G3 having to make their way back into the lobby, but of course, Intruder off to a beautiful start here, picking up those 3 eliminations without even being dealt too many blows. Now, we can see Marshall Senke moving up Gary Boy holding that angle while the rest of the team now, of course, rotated up alongside them. But now it's going to be Skydo that will receive a little bit of that pressure coming in their direction as Gary Boy tries to strife around. But Skydo playing a beautiful game of hide and seek here, not being spotted out just yet. But look at the setup coming through from Zero Tolerance. We got Lord on the back end. And of course, we got H right there on the front line as well, looking to see if they can provide a little bit of assistance. Vortex also now just looking to strike as Skydo comes in with a beautiful surprise hit. That Vector now just being put to great use. Out comes the Molly. Oh, and it catches Scary Boy. Down goes the Marshall. The rush now coming through. Beautiful jump from Skydo. And with that, the confirmation is locked in. It is going to be Senke and Lazy Boy. Now the last two remaining hopefuls for Cryptics.
Oh, reset, get back into this, or just run away at this point. I will settle for either. Zero Tolerance is really putting the pedal to the metal here. It's only Senke still within the closer vicinity, and Skydo is going to spot out that little rotation there. So all of a sudden, Senke's options are very limited. Holding that line, just hiding behind the vehicle, but it's going to be a bit of a trek as all of these nades fly on through. Bam goes the hits, and Senke is looking pretty unhealthy right now. Health not looking too great, and Zero Tolerance moving on in for that confirmation, and the Thirst to shortly follow. So Cryptics down to only one. Rotations need to be made because don't get involved. Just leave it. Not a good opportunity here. The rest of the teams moving on through to the waterway, and still plenty of water involved, still a little space available, and we still got 12 squads remaining. And again, this is the I can't believe I'm saying this. This is the least amount of teams we've seen into these phases of zones.
Yeah, especially 13 minutes into the game. Usually we have almost all the teams still alive and kicking. And of course, speaking about kicking, it is going to be Super Young Stars looking to kick the butts here of 1 million as Knight now comes under fire. A big chunk of health getting ripped out right there. But of course, now Super Young Stars, they need to be careful because Umbra is going to be looking to rotate in right behind them. Chala also now having a little bit of a nade come in their direction. 1 million looking for a quick reposition. Super Young Stars about to feel the pressure coming through as Umbra swings on down. PRZ lands the first blow. Up comes Wasted. Down goes Wasted. Black last now. Going to be looking to move in for a quick confirmation. Does find 1 or 2 hits, and with that, the confirmation is locked in. Morteza now looking to quickly reposition. It is going to be a 3-way fight. 1 million, Umbra, and the Super Young Stars. But as we can see, Umbra losing their first player. PRZ, Morteza looking to hold up that front line. Shadowin quite some distance away, not rotating in to help with the fight here. But of course, it is going to be 1 million now looking to gatekeep this position, rotating in towards the zone.
Oof, this is a great opportunity here. But of course, it can go either which way. And the longer this investment comes through, the more opportunity for third parties to start raining down. Looking at this now, Virtual Gaming picking up at least 1 elimination there, getting that Thirst. So they are slowly but surely picking up points as well. This could be huge for either teams making the rotations in. And of course, we've got plenty of opportunities here for Umbra to rotate on through and maybe pick apart either 1 million or Super Young Stars who look to be disengaging. So all of a sudden, it's Umbra on the hot seat. As Super Young Stars, they've just, it's fine. You can have 1 million. We don't want it. No, goodbye.
Let's see now. We've got Morteza cooking up that nade, looking for the opening. PRZ also sending one out right behind Dexter. You can see Dexter flinching, realizing that they're in a little bit of a compromised position. But now it is going to be Umbra trying to just play it quite cautiously. They still need to position themselves within the zone. Meanwhile, we do see Zero Tolerance and Blackjack fighting for control up in towards that northeastern side, with Zane now holding their angle right in towards the compound. Meanwhile, PRZ still creeping on forward, sending out nade after nade. But unfortunately, that's not exactly where 1 million currently find themselves. They've already looked to reposition just ever so slightly. Up comes the blue zone. Now looking to add a little bit of pressure in as that zone now shifts even more over on towards the bridge. And this is where we look to see what Umbra will bring in. Shadowin, Morteza, as well as PRZ. Caught out in the blue. Not the most ideal position to be. But it's kind of the only option they have for now. Unless, of course, they start to rotate towards that more northern side. 1 million will be taking a quick disengage from this fight. And of course, we do see the players from Super Youngstars just a little bit more towards the southern side, held up in towards boot camp. But this is the opportunity now for Umbra to get themselves out of the blue and reposition in towards that zone.
It's also a great opportunity once again for intruders who find themselves smack bam center zone. And we've already seen what happens when intruders find a position like this one. So of course, Myth swiftly trying to move on through to ensure that that is not going to be the case here for intruders, that they do not take this all the way to the end. And Super Young Stars now feeling a bit of the brunt of the action, as they did try and disengage from this action, but now the turns have tabled and the tables have turned.
Yeah, indeed it has. And here we go now. Super Young Stars looking to just get out of this position, but 1 million making it so dang difficult. Of course, Lasher now getting traded up. We got Chala also just looking to find a sneaky quick dash up into safety. Joker already in the water, trying to get that swim in, and also trying to cross all the way over on towards that northwestern island. The zone taking a majority of a shift over in that direction, but up comes the shots now once again onto 1 million as Eflex, gets caught out in the open. Angelo with a beautiful range spray coming through with that M4. With that, it is the end of the road now for Eflex. As you can see, PRZ from Umbra getting ready to just vault into the water. Angelo is still keeping a very watchful eye, but fortunately for PRZ, they were able to get into the water before getting spotted. Morteza, meanwhile, sneaks up on Virtual Gaming as Alpha Luigi gets taken right on down. But a quick heal coming through there from Morteza, just in the nick of time. Now, one shot. Oh, well, we know that wasn't friendly fire happening right there.
Yeah, that caught me off guard there, but okay. Taking the swim down into the zone we go. Blackjack Esports being confirmed out, and unfortunately, Super Young Stars is going to feel the brunt of the action, not before taking down Black Lost, but Chala in the zone with a sliver of HP does mean that Super Young Stars go back to the lobby. We're down to 10 teams remaining, and the feed is still lighting up with all of these eliminations just out for the pickings.
Oh, now it is Dexter coming under fire, of course, picking up PRZ in the trade-off. But now, not a lot of options remain here for 1 million. They've got the players from Masters right alongside them. And Intruder once again taking control of the only compound in the zone. Shadowin now succumbing to the blue. PRZ, as we saw, getting knocked on down. And of course, now it is going to be up to Morteza to try and cross the waterway successfully. They've got one shot just holding up on the edge of the cliff. So there's going to be a little bit of a challenge now for Morteza. As you can see, Shadow and the rest of the squad now getting sent into the lobby. Meanwhile, the Masters holding on to that southern position. Storm now coming under fire as Myth start to explore their options. But Lusail coming in with a beautiful hit onto Myth now in turn. And look at this Pronto just capitalizing on the carnage unfolding in front of them. Of course, Moment will get confirmed up as well. And with that, it is a really tough play so far for the players there from Myth. But of course, now we are still on 10 teams, but 24 players remain. There's going to be Virtual Gaming and Zero Tolerance trying to fight it out right here on the edge of the zone. Trying to see who will be able to control this bridge. One shot, of course, going to be cooking up that nade. Meanwhile, it is going to be Knight that gets traded off and sent back into the lobby, along with the rest of the team from 1 million. Ban holding on in the south. But right here at the bridge, it is going to be Virtual Gaming. It is going to be the players from Zero Tolerance. Now trying to fight it out. Who will get it? Vortex almost spotting an opportunity. Almost getting that opening. But a one shot now staying on the bridge. Zero Tolerance going in for a bit of a swim. And this could be a great opportunity now for Intruder to come swinging into the water. Oh, Plaza comes through with a great hit. As we can see, Slimefall gets he positioned over on towards that western side of the bridge zone. Now taking even more of a swing over onto the bridge itself. Half the map, half the match, the zone being water, the other half being a little slither of land. And of course, we can see Intruder holding a majority of that position, but still they need to get themselves situated and positioned in towards that zone.
Plenty of opportunities here. Let's find those perspectives and let's try and get those hits in. Ban now, unfortunately, feeling not the hits that they would have wanted here, as they unfortunately get taken out and thirsted. But of course, there's at least still some sort of remnants of Masters Esports. Though they're in the blue right now. They're swimming in the water, trying to stay alive. And Plaza, spotted a little bit of an elbow, maybe a toe there towards Virtual Gaming.
Oh, but of course we did see another hit coming through on the side of Lusail. They fall off the hillside. And of course now Plaza and what is left of Storm rather, Slime 4KT going to be looking to hold up their position right here on the bridge. Lusail, meanwhile, will get eliminated as Intruder laid down quite a few of those devastating nades once again, but the fight for the bridge continues. It is going to be Virtual Gaming and the players there from Slime 4KT looking to hold on. Petrox just yeeting themselves off, taking a few hits in the fall. Zeus now looking for opening, makes a quick play for it and gets secured into the drink. Of course, now Slime, the only team positioned up on towards this bridge. Intruder keeping a very watchful eye, looking to apply as much pressure onto Intruder as they now can. You can see Hemo huddled up behind the tree. The shots are now raining down to the players situated in the water. And with that, it is Morteza that goes down. Look at Rauf just lasering on in, capitalizing on the just sheer options these teams have coming into the zone. Of course, now Intruder looking absolutely golden. They've got a very controlling position coming into the zone once again. Slime looks to be one of the teams still in a position to contest them there. Virtual Gaming, Zero Tolerance, meanwhile, won't have the same luck as Weiss also now gets traded off. Hemo, the rest of the squad now really need to get those angles in.
Oh, I mean, this is fish in a barrel. Just absolutely so tempting for Intruders. But they need to hold on. Slime 4KT, they found 2 knocks. They have an opportunity here to take this so much further. Intruders, they now need to defend their position, or else the rest of the teams are going to swim onto shore. And then you know what that means. Rauf is going to be the only line of defense here for Intruders to make that happen.
Oh, look at this. It is devastating. Rauf now just picking up elimination after elimination. Taking out Virtual Gaming in the water, but that nade doing a fantastic job. Now, it is Rauf, the last hopeful for the side of Intruder. Left to try and push it through. Of course, Zero Tolerance and Masters just going to be hanging around in the water, looking on as Slime 4KT and Intruder battle it out for that position in the zone. But with that, it is the end of the road for Intruder. Now, that rush can come on through, as we can see Ilias getting ready for potential play, but Slime now having an opportunity to get a quick reset here. Oh, the players in the water will probably kick themselves if they can see what an opportunity they are missing out on. Zero Tolerance down to 2. Vortex bleeds out. Down they go. Lord hates. Also not looking too great with those health bars. Ilias holding strong, and with that, Lord gets traded. Hates the next one up. Will he get taken on down? It is now the entirety of Slime 4KT looking to close it out, aside from Storm being there. But now, Hate trying to find that position. Plaza hopping in the water, looking for angle. Down goes Hate. Now it is all down to the last hopeful, as Masters also now gets sent on back, and Slime 4KT pick up their first winner chicken dinner, and with that they do it with 12 eliminations to their name. Absolutely phenomenal performance coming through.
Absolutely. And I mean, that was a difficult situation for them to be in. I mean, yes, they were the only team there towards the bridge, but from the mainland, lo and behold, it is Intruders holding the line. So finding those 2 knocks immediately gave Slime 4KT the signal that they needed to make sure that they eliminate Intruders as quickly as possible, because they, up until that point, were in a hugely contentious spot. I mean, I think they picked up like 10 eliminations just getting there alone. So definitely one of the opponents you want to take out when the opportunity arises, and they did so beautifully. Sanhok, done and dusted for finals. That is the last Sanhok we will see at all this weekend. So only Miramar and Erangel left.
Yeah, but a great victory coming through there for Slime 4KT, picking up that winner chicken dinner. We know they started off the match all the way in 5th position, so this is going to be absolutely great for them, and we could see a great jump coming in for the players there of Slime. But of course, we'll have to wait until we get in to our match rankings and our overall standings to see what the situation is. But again, a very, very fantastic match coming through right here on Sanhok. Great way to close up the last one, as you've said. But now it's down to the final Miramar and the final Erangel to see what the teams are going to be bringing into the battlefield. Of course, we also have a few of the highlights coming in from the sparse match on Sanhok to see and just remind the viewers again of what the action was that we saw unfolding there. But, I mean, it was quite devastating seeing that zone moving all the way to the bridge, right? So many players getting caught out in the water. But I'm pretty sure if Masters and Zero Tolerance rewatch this, right, they'll see what an opportunity they actually missed out on to take away that winner chicken dinner from Slime 4KT. But at the end of the day, you don't know until you know. But either way, well played. Beautiful chicken being brought in there by Slime.
Yeah, look, they're definitely going to kick themselves. I mean, Slime 4KT were down to their last possible legs, but you don't know that information. You really don't, and it's very risky to sort of gamble on that because you might want to be the first team to hit the ridgeline, and then bam, there's a couple of barrels pointed your way. So very difficult situation, but either way, it was absolutely beautiful to witness. So let's go re-witness some of those highlights.
Many fish, many barrels right there at the very end. And of course, we did see Elias just trying to duck out into the blue to not give that elimination over to the side there of Slime 4KT. But beautiful performance and great to see Slime just capitalizing on their position. We know they always drop in towards Hatin, so it was a very comfortable play actually coming through from them as we did see that beautiful execution being made by them. But again, that water finish was just so brutal for Virtual Gaming. I mean, you could see them just trying to get themselves into some or other option there, but unfortunately it didn't really work out. And of course, now we hop in towards our match rankings with Slime picking up 12 eliminations, Intruder finishing strong on 11.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, I mean, I thought it was 10, but I guess I was one off. So, regardless of where they went out in terms of placements, they really do still ensure that they are bolstering those overall ranking points. I mean, they started us off with a huge performance here. So getting so close to a second winner chicken dinner, but still making up for that with those eliminations. And again, I mean, we speak about eliminations being spread out amongst those sort of Sanhok standings, and that is the case especially here for G3 Temper and 1 Million Esports. So though the placements aren't quite where they would want them to be, they definitely are still staying consistent in picking up those points. But now, again, those top 6 teams, they're the ones that are furthering the gap. It's the other teams that have to have those huge games to try and close it and get into top 6. So at this point, we're sort of confirming who we know and are, well, who we believe at least to still be our top 6.
Yeah, well, it's changed because we've got Slime now hopping from 5th place all the way up into 2nd position. But yes, top 6, pretty much the same still. But of course, it is going to be Slime 4KT making a beautiful jump with that winner chicken dinner that they just acquired. So great to see that for them. But of course, it's still a pretty hot potato play coming through here. Well, not a hot potato, but you understand what I mean. It is still pretty tough across the board. I mean, top 6 still pretty much in contention. We can see a lot of changes coming through from that. But again, that gap now starting to be created even more so between the position we see Masters and Umbra. That is 29-point difference. So it's going to become even more challenging for the teams sitting lower down on this leaderboard to catch up in the next 2 games. It is going to take a lot of focus. And as we can see, G3 still now just holding over in towards that 9th position. We know that they started the match in 7th, but unfortunately, you know, it was just such a challenging Sanhok coming through.
It really was so challenging to see. And again, it's great to see that our top 6 are getting confirmed. I am still holding a candle up for those teams to maybe make a bit of a a surprising last couple of games. Who knows? Maybe there's going to be some huge points coming through. But at this stage, we need to keep an open mind. We never know what's going to happen. But again, so nice little bit of changes coming through in those top 6. We might be seeing Slime4 KC take that even further. I mean, all the way up into 2nd place. Who knows? Who's going to know? Who's going to see? Who's going to whatever? Either way, we've only got 2 more maps left here for the finals. So 2 more opportunities for teams to maybe make those final shifts. But it is getting to the last drop of a hat.
Yeah, and I mean, Slime only 15 points behind Virtual Gaming, right? So that is the difference between 1st and 2nd place. It is absolutely nail-biting stuff happening right here. But of course, we'd love to hear what your opinion is. Be sure to let us know on social media. Head on over to Facebook and Instagram. You can search for PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa. Tell us what your thoughts are. Tell us, who do you think will be the teams to walk away with those top 6 slots? Tell us what your opinions are on that. And of course, you can also tell us the answer to the question you see posted in the live chat on both YouTube and Facebook over on towards the Africa channel. So you can just search for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa on either of those platforms, and you could stand a chance to win yourself one of these lovely skins. And remember to include your player ID alongside your answer. But of course, with that, while you answer away, we are going to be hopping into a quick break while we get ready for our final Miramar to make its way on through. So see you guys back in a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals. This is our second to last match. The last Miramar about to make its way right here onto the battlefield. Of course, we've been seeing the teams popping off left, right and center with Slime 4KT picking up their first winner chicken dinner in the finals on our last Sanhok that we just saw. But of course, now it is time for us to move straight into Miramar to see where the teams are going to be going and of course what that flight path will be bringing in alongside it. We can see the lovely city of Puerto right down below. So that means we've got a very eastern flight path coming in this final Miramar of the finals. Of course, it heads all the way up towards Oasis, situated in that far northern region. But again, now, this is where we look to see where the teams are going to be going, where they're going to be dropping, and of course, where that first zone will be taking these teams.
Oh, and it's going to be interesting because, I mean, the next team to potentially get the closest to that top 6 would be Masters Esports, currently sitting on 117 points with 146 with Team Umbra right up ahead of them. So a good at least 30 points would be necessary to make that leap and that jump up into the top 6. We're going to be interested to see if that might even be up for the cards here. But the rest of the teams making their rotations in. Cryptics, hello. Starting us with a bit of a different jump this time around. So very curious to see what's going to come through from that. I mean, Puerto, Cryptics, that is a weird combination.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you got to do what you got to do, right? So Cryptics definitely looking to bring in a little bit of a different approach. We've seen them drop into Puerto, especially when they can't reach over in towards Val del Mar. So it's not too out of the ordinary for them. But we do see that zone also now being a little bit of a blessing in disguise now for the players coming through from Cryptics, as they don't have to move anywhere. And a lovely southeastern zone finding its way on in. Of course, Impala, we see the players there from Darkness. Over in Los Leones, we do have our usual suspects. It is going to be Blackjack and Intruder. And of course, it is going to be Umbra and Virtual Gaming also now trying to reach a little bit further over towards that western side. But now this time around, we're going to be looking at the north, right, to see how these teams are going to be bringing in their rotations and where they're going to be looking to move up in towards, because where the zone currently is, it's already a big chunk of that playable area getting taken away thanks to the water.
I am curious as to see what Nacho's doing. It looks like he's heading towards Oasis. Maybe bit of a chill time. You know, we're talking about Shades on Sanhok, you know, having a bit of a leisurely time there. So we're going to be curious to see what's going to happen there. And again, for the viewers watching, please do go and open up that esports event center. Go take part in the PMPL event. You could be winning quite a lovely set of goodies thanks to PMPL Africa. So please go get them. They're, like we were saying, me and DK, we want the skins as well, but we can't get them. So you have to go in our stead and get those very, very, very nice items. So please, we beg you.
Yeah, and of course the lucky drop as well, right? So the questions are over in the live chat of the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa YouTube channel and Facebook. So be sure to hop on over, go answer the questions. You could walk away with a few additional skins aside from the ones that you could be finding in game. But now we look to see what the teams are going to be doing, right? Triple Esports dropping in their usual position right here in towards Picado. Completely uncontested. Umbra a little bit further down south. Usually we see Umbra much closer to Picado than what they are right now. But we understand, right? Flight path wasn't too
it was rough.
You know, yeah, it wasn't too promising for these teams. And now they got to do what they got to do and make do with what they've been given. But of course, up north, things could be quite interesting as we've got a lot of teams still to rotate on down. And I'm going to be looking into that zone, that center zone as well. Looking to see at which point Blackjack and Intruder could potentially be looking to rotate out and get themselves set up just outside of Los Leones.
Yeah, Myths and Masters is also keeping my eye a little bit glued to the screen because they are a little bit closer. I mean, again, this is Miramar, so they've got plenty of space between them, but those rotations towards the zone might garner a little bit of that third-party action as well, either from Unique, G3 Temper, maybe even Super Young Stars, who are right up ahead of them. So it could be a very fun little pathing to witness and see if that's going to come to fruition there. The rest of the teams, of course, just getting those loot phases done and dusted. But again, it's nice to see a bit of that southeastern zone coming through. You mentioned an eastern zone is quite a beast. So I'd love to see that actually coming to fruition. A little bit of a change in terrain for these teams. And maybe some opportunities lying in wait. I'm not too sure. DK, do you think it's still possible for that huge jump on the leaderboard to occur, or should we maybe be focusing on our top 6 for the time being?
I mean, the only teams in a potential position to make a good effort to make a good run that could actually benefit them, I think would be Masters 0, G3, and potentially 1 million, right? I don't really see much else really changing with regards to that approach coming through. But I'm open to surprises. But if I'm being realistic, I don't think we're going to be really seeing anyone catching up unless they put in really, really strong efforts to get that done. I'm not quite sure where Buden has gone now. He's
Buden?
He's over there, right?
Hello?
Hi, Buden. Hello. Of course, Flacco also just standing there. Not quite sure what's going on, whether or not they've gone AFK or, they went out for a quick refresher or something. No
Yeah.
idea what's happening there, but we'll have to wait and see. At least we know that they are in San Martin. They are uncontested in that position, so they don't have to worry. They can, just relax a little bit. They still have a few moments left before that blue zone actually starts catching up to their position. But the rest of the lobby, they now need to start rotating, right? The teams who find themselves outside of zones, so that being Lusail, the players from Masters, Super Young Stars, Myth, as well as the players coming through from Slime 4KT and Zero Tolerance. So they got to make their way in the direction of zone, looking to get themselves set up. And yeah, I mean, who knows, right? If we see Master, Zero Tolerance, G3, or 1 million finishing exceptionally strong in this match, they will have to replicate that moving in to the last match, right? Because they have to have 2 fantastic matches. Otherwise, it's not going to happen for them today.
Yeah, look, the fantastic efforts that you're talking about is at least 30 points a games. That's at least the minimum that you need to apply, and that's if obviously the top 6 are having a bit of a slower game. So it is it's possible. It's definitely possible, absolutely. Until we end up our last 2 games, it's still going to be possible. But it is quite a treacherous road to try and really direct yourself through, because these teams are absolutely cracked, and they've been putting on such beautiful performances, not only from the first day that we saw them in these finals weekend, but also from all the way on that first day of league play. These teams have been polishing and refining their skills coming into these games, and especially towards Miramar, which we know some teams just really do thrive. Like Intruders now, finding Blackjack Esports, picking up a few knocks there, maybe getting a thirst or 2. Blackjack down to 3, and still needing to make a little bit of a return here on investment, because do we disengage? Do we run away? Do we try and get that revenge? I'm not too sure here. I mean, in terms of their positioning, they're in zone. They've got the time.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, Lelouch just trying to secure that vehicle. So I can see what Blackjack is trying to do. They're trying to get themselves set up a little bit closer to that more center zone. But it is going to be a little bit of a costly play to make, because Intruder, they've kind of come in with the same approach here, also focusing their efforts a little bit more to getting themselves set up. Meanwhile, it is going to be Omar that will get caught out with that knock coming through, and Hemo now just left to try and kind of fend them off, at least for the time being. But this is, I do think, a point in which we did see the players here from Intruder being a little bit early with that fight, not having the reinforcements in position just yet. And with that, we can see Reverb also now just trying to get himself a little bit closer, just dropping that coupe along the way. Hambo now coming under fire, but unfortunately, it is not going to be Reverb to get the knock on through. Hemo holding their ground. But now it's going to be Zane and Lelouch having to reposition and, provide a little bit of support to their fallen teammate.
Oh, yes, return the favor towards Intruder. That might be a little bit of a fun time to look at. Hemo out in the open is going to receive a couple of shots they've thrown at their face thanks to Zane, but again, the teammates are here, the cavalry is here, so the return on fire is there. The return on investment is there as well for Intruders, as they pick up the entirety of Blackjack Esports, so they get themselves nice 4 eliminations, moving on through into the rest of the zone. They don't have to worry. They're smack bam center with that shift coming through, so that is huge for Intruders to take that And yeah, the rest of the teams needing to make those rotations. Cryptics might be the closest team towards Intruders, so that's going to be interesting.
Look at that spray though. Lashin just ripping it up right on towards Angelo. As we do see now, Masters, oh, losing one of their players. Down to 3 they go, the rest of the squad. There's nothing else they can do. All they can do is now prioritize their rotation, get themselves situated in that zone. Of course, now Sin going to get picked up and off they go. Super Young Stars still to move on forward. They are also getting ready to mobilize themselves. But this is where Masters needs to focus their efforts onto getting further in towards the zone. They need to get those positions set up because we know they are the team the closest to catching up to Umbra. So there's going to be a lot of effort that they'll need to bring in if they are looking to accomplish exactly that. We know top 6 slots up for grabs. Top 6 teams moving through to the MEA Championship. So there's going to be a lot on the table here. And now the teams have to try and cope with these pressures coming on through. Of course, it also is now going to be the players here from Cryptics moving in alongside Intruder.
Ooh, hello. We mentioned we saw a little bit of movement there thanks to Cryptics. A little bit close towards Intruder, but now Lazy Boy literally on the heels of Rauf as they're trying to get that information. So getting that to the rest of the team is going to be interesting because, of course, Rauf holding that line is going to spot out Marshall, so immediate return for Cryptics. It's only one player up in a potential position here to at least do something. At least I say that, but look at the position they do find themselves in. Up the ridgeline battle it would be. So Intruders still in a prime position here. Cryptics, my question is, where are we going with this? What is going to be the ultimate answer? They are in zone, they have time, they do not have to engage. But of course, maybe they want to be proactive and take off a team like Intruders off of the board and not have to worry about them later on.
Yeah, well, we'll find out, of course, what the approach will be coming through from Cryptics there. As we know, both Intruder and Cryptics positioned on the leaderboard in the top 6. Now, Virtual Gaming, the team leading the pack, sitting right up in pole position, will be turning their efforts over on towards Team Umbra, who are, for now, the gatekeepers of the top 6, right? Sitting there on 146 points, just 2 points behind the players from the side of Cryptics. But now, Umbra trying to reposition themselves, and I do think that was a really good decision that they've made. And they can actually have a relatively comfortable rotation now further in towards the zone. I mean, Intruder currently facing off against the players from Cryptics, so that's not really going to be too much of a worry for them. But we do also now see the players here from Triple Esports and Unique about to get into a little bit of that exchange. The zone, of course, now going to be moving up once again. It centers up towards La Pendita, and this is absolutely golden now for Unique and Triple Esports to come in, fortify themselves, and just rain down terror on the rest of the lobby.
Let's move on into the action. As we can see, those migrations coming on back, the Skittles packs are all trying to get into the bag that is the zone right now. And there's a few contentious spots coming on through with Triple, unfortunately losing a player and maybe losing a little bit more as Unique have set themselves up here on the ridgeline. Dead to rights, Triple Esports find themselves looking down the barrels here of Team Unique. And of course, this could be an opportunity for Unique to just catch up, close that gap there. But of course, it's going to come down to the angles they can work here. It's going to be difficult. The angles are pretty tight, really.
Yeah, definitely going to be super, super tight. But now, let's see which way around they are going to be looking to swing those, though. Still trying to reposition themselves, trying to line up those potential shots. And, I mean, they exist now, just laser focused on that opening. Wondering, waiting, hoping someone will dare venture up in towards that. And, oh, he missed the opportunity because up comes Master. Let's see whether or not they'll focus back onto this position once again. I mean, that, if you want to talk about a missed opportunity, that was it right there. Exist now focusing back in once again. Let's see whether or not Exist will keep their eyes on that position. Meanwhile, there's going to be the players here from Super Young Stars having a little bit of a troubling rotation coming into zone over on towards that western side. 1 million also now coming under fire as they too look to rotate in, but they are moving in from the north. It is now going to be Knight just trying to get back up into some hard cover, while Storm and the rest of the players here from Slime, 4Gate look to apply as much pressure as they can.
Ooh, okay. Let's take a little bit of account of what's happening here. We've got quite a few teams there towards the southern side there of the zone. We can see it's literally just line up. The teams are there looking at the minimap right now. It is getting a bit crazier. But of course, Slime4KT, they find themselves only next to 1 million esports, the only team that they really need to deal with. But Super Young Stars, hello.
Oh, up comes the Russian. So low on health. And up comes the final play. It is going to be the end of the road almost. Well, the rest of the team getting eliminated. Up comes the Mollies. Oh, it's getting hot in here. And down goes Sin as Crownboy's Molly finds its way on through. And with that, alleviates the pressure for the players from Master Esports, making their way back out in 15th position. 1 point on the board. Now, Super Young Stars feeling pretty great there. Umbra, of course, trying to make a bit of a play over on towards that western side. The zone getting ready to pop almost once again. And now the team's still just scurrying around, trying to get a good position to move into before that next zone shift pops.
Ooh, okay, let's take a look at it. The rotations coming on through. And I mean, right now, DK, this is a tough position here. There's not a lot of space to work with when you look at the lone. I mean, yes, there's a few compounds, but I mean, Myth pretty much are going to have control of that momentarily. And Intruders now, they've been looking so good in Miramar. And now, unfortunately, they are feeling the pressure thanks to Team Unique. I do think there's an opportunity for them to reset here. But Unique holding that high rise, holding that position closer to the zone, does mean that Intruders might just have to disengage and take a different pathing in. But they are surrounded right now.
Yeah, they are definitely surrounded, but I mean, it's going to be a super challenging rotation. It does seem like Unique is starting to prioritize and focus a little bit more on getting that rotation set up. We got Scope now, looking to get that anchor point locked in. And the rest of the team now just kind of trying to have to follow suit alongside with that. And this is where the teams need to decide what's going to be more important. Getting a position, finishing strong in the next phase, having a bit of a potential gatekeep set up as well, or are they going to be just fighting it out on the edge with no clear rotation into zone just yet? Of course, Cryptics going to come flying around the eastern edge here, looking to rotate all the way up north, but Slime4KT will be there alongside 1 million and the players, of course, from Zero Tolerance and Zero Tolerance to welcome them in. I've already said 1 million. You can see they're now just dipping down into that crater. And that, of course, is also where we have a few of the Slime players positioned. Up comes the quick play now. Aimer finds the first one onto Carry Boy. It is going to be Marshall, Senke, and Lazy Boy now. Looking for a potential play here. Oh, that nade overshooting, almost landing in Sanhok. But now, let's see what Slime is going to be doing. Will they hold the front here? Marshall coming under fire, but a little bit more of a ranged attack. So not the easiest shot to be firing. And with that, it is going to be the players from Virtual Gaming that meet their end. As we can see those shots now just lining up in the feed. But of course, the fight now continues as Darkness also look to step up into the fray.
Look, I mean, that's 2 teams in our top 6 that have been taken out. So plenty of opportunities now for the rest of the teams to start picking up some of those points instead. But still, heavy competition around as we see Darkness now finding Zero Tolerance and finding the wrong side of Skydo. Throwing some beautiful sprays down sights and down the line. Darkness are looking to try and reset you. Only 1 member alive. Moment trying to get that res onto Adleno. As Zero Tolerance, they take their push. They know they've taken 2 down. They want to get this confirmation coming on through. Oh, the buggies are in play. Hello. Jumping out of the action we go. And Darkness not looking healthy whatsoever.
Yeah, they are definitely stepping into the fray. And of course, Adleno goes down. Zero Tolerance. Oh, comes in with the clutch there. As you can see, Skydo managing to land that final devastating blow into the side of Darkness. And with that, we go down to our final 10 teams to fight it out on our last Miramar of the finals of PMPL Africa Spring Split 2022. But now, look at this. The zone getting ready to move once again. We got G in a good position. We got Myth in a good position. Oh, Wanted coming in on Hates there. Getting the spray, looking for that confirmation. The rest of the Zero Tolerance team still to make their push into zone. But of course now Wanted coming under fire, as well as the third parties continue to roll on through. Intruder coming in with a few beautiful third party hits right there as well. But now we continue to see what the teams will do. Skydo falls to the zone. Vortex just on the edge. Ooh, Wanted coming in for the confirmation, looking to pick up the final blow. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Wanted moving right up towards them. But now it is going to be Vortex getting a quick hit on Wanted. A beautiful bait and switch. Now, what will Vortex do? Of course, one of the options there is to get in the buggy and just fly like the knight. Get yourself out of that position. But I don't think that is what Vortex will be doing. Of course, now trying to smoke it up once again. Let's see whether or not they're going to be hopping in that buggy. There is a potential play to be made right there. Now, of course, it is going to be the place here from Lusail, focusing their efforts on towards Intruder.
Look, I mean, this is an opportunity now, at least for Zero Tolerance or Vortex, to maybe get the heck out of Dodge. But Unique moving on towards Umbra. I mean, Nate's being flung, but this is going to be the line here for Umbra to try and hold on to.
Oh, come on. The pressure now building over on towards the southern side as well. It is going to be Unique and Umbra fighting for control. But up comes Shadow and beautiful hit as Phantom lays it down. Team Umbra getting eliminated. Unique sitting on 7 eliminations. Absolutely insane. Unique really trying to push themselves as far as they can. They're in it to win it, but will they? We don't know. Currently sitting on 85.7 eliminations to their name. Is looking pretty good, pretty golden. All they got to do now is just hold strong and find another good position to move into. Of course, Intruder still going to be looking to make a bit of a play. Not yet secured within that zone. You can see the res on Weiss now coming on through as Hemo and Rauf just to try to get themselves set up. We still have Watson here for Lusail. Also positioned just up ahead, but G3 now taking occupation of the compound up in zone. And this could be a beautiful play now coming through from them.
Ooh, okay, let's take a look at this. Hemo. Really good opportunity here to get some information. In the meanwhile, Slime4KT turning their attention here towards Lusail, but they have to be careful. Myth just on the other edge of this ridgeline. Everyone vying for a position here in the zone as they need to. They don't have a choice. There's plenty of opportunities for other teams, though, to get involved in the third parties. You can see Super Young Stars and G3 Temper, the only teams in the zone, really having a bit of a peaceful time. In the meanwhile, this northeastern side is just lighting up.
Oh, yes, indeed. And it lights up with the unfortunate play onto Zero Tolerance there. But now the pressure builds as the nades are getting cooked up. 1 million also getting sent on back down to 7 teams we go. It's going to be Slime4KT looking to aggress onto the side here of Myth. But you can see Storm down for the count. Pronto trying to get that res in Aimer Plaza. Also just playing these ridges, trying to see if they can find a potential angle. But with that, Storm gets picked right on up. Team Unique getting eliminated as Phantom gets traded off and down to 6 we go. Slime4KT now sitting on 2 potential hopefuls. Of course, it is going to be Farok looking to push in. Down goes Pronto. Aimer now getting ready to hold up the fort, but it's not going to be enough as Myth comes swooping on through. Moment coming in with that Mark 14. Of course, now turning their attentions just a little bit further onto the players there from Intruder. The final 4 teams will be the Super Young Stars, Intruder, G3, and Myth. But Intruder, they've got the position over onto the east. We got G3 with a position over on towards the west 6 now. Just listening, trying to see where Chala is going to be going as we've got the Super Young Stars now just pushing up alongside them. Those nades getting sent out again. Buden on the front line. Will he be able to find that angle on towards Chala? Meanwhile, you see those nades getting cooked. Out they come. Ooh, 6 could find a little bit of an uncomfortable play. Buden goes down as well. G3 now down to 2. It is going to be Flacco and Nacho left to hold on strong. Of course, now this could be a clutch coming through for the Super Young Stars. You can see Lashin now looking to move in to reinforce the play coming through from Lashin. The nades continue to fly. Lashin trying to make that rush. Jump shot it is, but down they go. Nacho with a beautiful shot. Chala now also getting caught out in the danger zone as the hits continue to fly on through. Chala nearly getting taken down. Flacco trying to cook up that nade. But we've got Myth moving in as well. Out it goes. Will it find its point? Yes, indeed it does. Super Young Stars get eliminated. G3 now up to 8 eliminations. It is going to be Intruder and Myth still standing between them and that winner chicken dinner. But this is the performance we want to see coming through from the teams, making an absolutely insane push to get themselves closer to that top 6 position. Myth, Intruder already in the top 6, sitting in 3rd and 4th place respectively. But now it's going to be the fight for G3. Will they be able to pick it up? Will they get a winner chicken dinner right here on the last Miramar? Of course, you can see the numbers looking pretty tough. We got Myth trying to spread themselves out, looking to play a bit more of that northern approach. Intruder all the way over on towards the eastern side. But we've got Rauf very close to the rest of G3. Buden, Flacco, 6, Nacho. They now just need to hope and pray that they can get themselves into good footing and just stand their ground and defend against the advances coming through from Intruder and Myth.
Look, it has to be worrying if you see Intruder and the colors that Intruder are literally occupying in the zone. A little bit of a shift now, so the rest of the teams do have to make their rotation in. But again, Intruder has been so contentious. They already have 8 eliminations. And again, they don't need the points, but they definitely are not going to shy away from an opportunity like this. It's Myth that need to move on in. And of course, the pressure's on G3 Tempo. If they can make this happen, if they can get some insane eliminations, aka the rest of the 2 teams still left, and that winner chicken dinner, they could see themselves making a huge play for those overall rankings. It's going to be the calm before the storm as we wait for these teams. Who's going to be the first one to stand up and take those shots?
Oh, I mean, all G3 now needs to do is just sit pretty and hope that Myth and Intruder find each other on the edge of that zone. You can see, of course, Omar spotted a little bit of movement coming in towards that northern side. So you can see the shots now starting to fly on through as Farok takes a few hits. 6 quickly just popping up, just trying to remind them that it's not going to be an easy push to get back up into that zone. Of course, now it is going to be Ramsey returning the favor onto 6, but up comes the rush as Farok now comes flying on forward. Buden trying to hold up the defensive line here, but Myth now just looking so aggressive in the way they are looking to get positioned here. Oh, but Intruder also now looking to add a few of their own hits into the party. Already 8 eliminations under their belt. Oh, from Farok, it's taken down as Omar sends out a beautiful nade. Now the chaos just ensues. Moment getting traded off as well. Now Ramsey lying in wait, hoping to see if any potential plays could be made from here. Weiss just positioned up ahead of them. And now that jump, telling them exactly where to aim. Of course, now the buggy getting pushed up as well. Ramsey now going to be looking to pick it up and get spotted out. It is now going to be Intruder coming in behind G3. Here we go. Intruder looking pretty dang golden right here. Moment coming to Ramsey for that res. Just on the very edge of the zone. It is going to be Weiss now just trying to taunt them out of their position so they can get those hits in. And indeed they do. Myth get eliminated. It is going to be the final 4 players on either side of Intruder and G3 fighting it for that winner chicken dinner. Will this be Intruder's 3rd winner chicken dinner or G3's 2nd chicken to come on through? They have not had a chicken in the finals on Miramar just yet, but let's see what they're going to be bringing on through. Will they be able to claim it once again? A very calculated approach, a very cautious approach coming through from the players here of Intruder. Now just trying to play on the edge once again. G3 being slightly zone blessed. Now Intruder, they have to rotate towards G3. And all they got to do is just hold the angles. You can see Hemo and Weiss just hunkering down, burning their way around, trying to sneak up alongside the wall. We've got Omar also just holding up that front line. Rauf also just positioned within the warehouse. It's not going to take much for these final blows to land. And it could still swing either which way. Nacho, for the meantime, losing more and more health. Not quite sure whether or not the res is going to come through, but it does now find a few hits right over as Nacho gets confirmed. Oh, Weiss now getting caught on fire. Hemo, Omar now left to try and keep up the defenses. Up comes Buden, trying to see if they can find that opening. Rauf just patiently waiting, not going to be budging from the warehouse just yet. But now Buden searching for an option here, sending up the smokes. They want to try and clear their pathway on through. G3 got a good anchor set up in the zone. Flacco about to get the jump on Rauf. Just waiting for that opportunity. There we go. Spots in the zone now starting to move on in. And Rauf gets the angle on Buden. No, Flacco. Off they go. 2 players down. It all now turns on to 6. Up comes Intruder. Let's see if it will work out. No, indeed it goes to Intruder as they pick up their 3rd winner chicken dinner. Just overpowering the living lights out of G3. Absolutely fantastic performance coming in.
I said it's so scary to see Intruder still in that final zone. It's even scarier to witness what they are doing on the final day of finals. I mean, I thought we had seen it all, but Intruder came through. And look, they've had a rough time getting into finals, okay? They had to fight tooth and nail to make it to this point at all. They came through towards a crazy, crazy first, Super Weekend. They didn't have the opportunity to play. They had to then catch up the gap. Then they had to still make sure they ensured getting into top 16 again for the last Super Weekend. But now they're coming through on finals. They've made a statement and a half, coming through with performance after performance after performance. And again, it's not just the winner chicken dinners. It's not just the positions. The eliminations they are picking up today is absolutely insane.
I mean, it does seem like someone's made a huge fire under Intruder so far. And I mean, like, it is so fantastic to see them just popping off, bringing in head after head after head. Those strategies that they're bringing in just working out so favorably for them. And I gotta say, I'm loving what I'm seeing coming through from the side there of Intruder, particularly looking at how they handled this past Miramar. I mean, I thought it was pretty much in the bag for G3. But they just bounced back. They just kept on getting their numbers in time and time again. And, much love, much respect going out to Intruder. That was beautiful to see.
It was. And I hope we see a little bit more of that, but also G3 Temper making that appearance on Miramar. I was really hoping for that Miramar win for G3 Temper, just so that we could continue the history we've seen throughout PMPL Africa so far. But it's okay. We do have to just pay respects to the teams that have brought that action, that have done the VOD reviews and done the work to get themselves to this point. But of course, it's not over. We still have one more map. And then we finish off PMPL Africa Spring 22. And we're going to find out who's going to be our top 6, who's going to be our champions for the first PMPL Africa. So plenty more exciting times to come. But of course, there's a few highlights just lurking around the corner here, DK, and we have to get ready for them because I think they were pretty spicy.
Yeah, there was a lot of crazy plays coming through, and of course, those highlights will make their way through momentarily. But again, I mean, today's just been so satisfying to see the team stepping up to the challenge. And of course, let's get into those highlights. Let's look at a few of those beautiful plays once again. Just crazy to see these teams popping off once again. And of course, what a beautiful way to end off our final Miramar right here in the finals. But of course, now we got to make our way on towards those match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to secure, and of course, how that then affects the overall leaderboard. And, looking at what the performance that we saw coming in just now, I mean, it is going to be absolutely crazy with Intruder dropping a 30 bomb right there.
Hello.
Finishing off with 15 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner. G3 walking away with 20 points over in second. And then, of course, it is going to be Team Myth and the Super Young Stars coming in with 14 and 13 points respectively. But of course, Team Unique still putting in a strong effort there. As we can see, those 7 eliminations being brought in by them as well.
Look, I was hyping up the 30 bombs, but I think I hyped it up for the wrong teams. Coming through, it is Intruder to pick it up today. So huge opportunity for them to maybe get up close to that pole position. We'll have to see. I think the points are getting really close. And again, a good couple spread of points here. Some teams obviously not picking up what they would have wanted. Cryptics and Virtual Gaming, as we know, they find themselves in that top 6 for now. But with those overall ranking shifts coming on in, hello, good morning, Intruder Africa, finding yourself there in pole position.
Yeah, and it's great to see that come through from them. Of course, they jumped all the way from 4th up into pole position. And with that, we do see a few other shifts coming in as well. Virtual Gaming being moved down into 2nd. Myth moving nowhere, really. They still hold that 3rd position. Of course, we've got the players then from Slime also getting moved from 2nd down into 4th. But G3 making the jump all the way from 9th place now up into 7th. And of course, they are definitely trying to catch up. But we can see 15-point difference between G3 and Team Umbra as well as Team Cryptics. So there's going to be a pretty high stake coming into this next match. And the only team that can still catch up to make their way in towards that top 6, I do believe that could potentially be G3. So there's going to be a lot of pressure riding on their shoulders. The rest of the lobby, as we can see, looking at their points, there's just too much of a gap for that to materialize for them. Of course, it's strange enough to see 1 Million and Super Youngstar sitting on the 2nd page. Each of those teams, of course, being able to find their respective winner chicken dinners. But now, that is just how it goes,
It is unfortunate to see a little bit of a drop of that top 6 coming through. Again, 1 Million, they had a big start in the finals weekend, but it is expected to see these teams really pushing the limit right up until the end. And G3 Temper, they need to push it at least till 16 points, as long as the top 6 stay where they are, which we know might not be the case. Everyone in the top 6 is looking so contentious. And Intruder, wow, Intruder is really doing the most right now.
Yeah, they've definitely been doing some fantastic work so far. Really impressed by the performances we've been seeing, especially coming through from these teams today. I mean, if you'd asked us yesterday, who do we think are going to be popping off today? I would not have guessed the teams that have popped off today, right? It's beautiful to see these surprise plays come in. But of course, we also have to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, of course, we also have a few other things happening still for the viewers. You can be sure to participate in the lucky drop happening in the live chat over on Facebook and YouTube. Be sure that you are in the Africa channels for that. So, of course, you can just search for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa, and you could be winning one of these lovely skins. Also, remember to add your player ID in along with your answer. Otherwise, they can't send it to you, right? If you're the winner, if you guessed right, how do they get it to you? You know, there's no other way of getting hold, right? But of course, that is going to be our 5th match for the day concluded. It is done. It is dusted. We've got one more to go. The final Erangel, the final match of the finals on the final day is about to make its way onto the battlefield. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals. Of course, this is our last match about to make its way onto the screen right now, and it is, of course, right over on Erangel as we can see the final dance, the final shuffle. It starts all the way from Lipovka, heads across right over Hospital to end over on towards that western side. But now we look to see where the teams are going to be dropping down and who's going to be making that final push, that final rush to bring in the last bit of points that they can find right here on the battlefield. Of course, the players there from Intruder coming in with an absolutely insane performance right over on towards Miramar. But now, who will be the next team to step up, bringing in that winner chicken dinner?
You know, I'm looking at the kill leaders and, you know, the damage that's been dealt, and all I can tell from that really is that Intruders have been so skillful in choosing their moments to strike. I mean, maybe not doing the most amount of damage, but picking up the most amount of eliminations, or at least having two players doing so, does provide us a little bit of a glimpse of the strategy that Intruders are running currently, and it's been so good to see this refined polish coming through in their engagements. But the question is, are they still going to be in pole position at the end of our last Erangel? Because I still think there's plenty of opportunities to see that top 6 shuffle on around. And speaking of shuffling, we do see that zone heading on towards the northern side. So, wow, this is going to be our final zone.
Yeah, gotta love it. Gotta love it. And it's going to be quite exciting to see what the teams are going to be bringing on through. Of course, it does seem to be pretty normal across the board with regards to those locations. The teams are looking to move themselves up into, with 1 million and Umbra pretty close to each other in towards Rozok and School. Myth, of course, heading right back in towards Pachinki. And now we just wait to see what everyone will bring on through. And of course, while we wait, the viewers, you guys can participate in the lucky drop. The questions, of course, being posted on the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa YouTube and Facebook channels. So to be sure to look at the pinned message once you pop in. And of course, all you got to do is answer the question and, of course, include your player ID alongside your answer. Otherwise, they can't send it to you, right? They won't be able to give you the prize, because how else would they reach you? So either way, be sure to include those things. And now we'll just sit around and wait to see what the teams are going to be doing. And of course, while we wait for you to answer the questions, you can also head in-game to the Esports Event Center, and you can participate in the PMPL event from within the game. You could also then walk away with a permanent PMPL parachute skin. So to be sure to go in and grab yourself one of those. And yeah, now it's time to see what the teams will be bringing in.
Look, just to echo what DK has said, please go to PUBG, go to the event center, get those juicy skins, and please head on over to the Africa YouTube and Facebook channels. Answer the question with your player tag. Please get those skins, because it's driving me and DK nuts. We want them and we can't get them. So you have to get it for us. Please. We need to see it happen. But of course, taking the rotations into the rest of the teams, we can see already migrating towards that center side of the zone. It is a bit weird to not see Intruders and Masters there towards the military base island, but it makes sense given the zone that we have to work with is only on the main island. There's not even a sliver of that military base being included. So rotations now heading on up, and a nice bit of a change there from Virtual Gaming, not going towards Severny this time around. So we're not seeing that initial challenge here for Unique. They can have a bit more of a peaceful time up towards the northern side as the rest of the teams just start to cluster on in.
A lot of that clustering now still going to be continuing on forward. And yeah, you know, we got the teams for the time being at least just looking to respect the space. We've got Exist from Unique. Also just exploring over on towards shooting range, just making sure that they've got, you know, some additional information coming through from that western front. But now the rotation's already starting to be made here as we've got Cryptics making their way through. I mean, the players here from Myth, they still have the position up into Pachinki, so definitely nothing for them to be too concerned about or too worried about. But now we got to look to see where the teams are going to be looking to rotate through once that next zone pops. And I mean, this is where this could be the final shuffle, the final push for G3 to try and catch up into the top 6, right? Because as we know, they are 15 points away from being on par with Team Umbra and Cryptics, right? But if they can find 16 or more points, they could potentially get themselves situated above them. But that's also going to be dependent on what Umbra and Cryptics are going to be doing in this match. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a pretty tough play. So I mean, if Tempo wants to finish strong on this one, not only go for just bring in the minimum required of points, but also you got to look to go over and above that. Try and push for another winner chicken dinner, drop a 30 bomb. That's going to be the potential play for them if they are looking to get themselves into top 6.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of variables at play that are not in the control of G3 Temper. They don't know what Cryptics are going to be doing. They don't know what Umbra is going to be doing or how their game is going to look like. All that they can control is how they're going to be playing this game. And even then, I say that they can't really control all of it. I mean, RNG is a factor that they have to just unfortunately deal with. So hopefully they put their best foot forward, and whether that goes towards eliminations, whether that goes towards them just maybe playing it a little bit more calculated and staying a little bit more towards that ridgeline, we don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Currently, they are a little bit closer towards the center, so they are hot in the action potentially. And we'll have to see how they are able to deal with it. But of course, some interesting rotations coming through. Masters actually took a bit more of a southern rotation towards that military base island to get those loots up and running. Intruders, of course, there towards Milta Power. And the rest of the teams now slowly but surely making their way into the zone. Triple Esports and Super Young Stars, no change in their positions really. I mean, it's pretty much same old, but it's definitely going to be interesting how this final game is going to shift the mindsets of these teams, because of course, lots of pressure, and for some teams, maybe they are just looking to put a stop to the teams fighting for those positions. Maybe G3 Temper is going to be getting a bit of a target. Maybe it's going to be the rest of our top 6 going to be getting those targets, and maybe that's going to make it a very, very interesting shift.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. But we also know that every position in the top 16 is worth a certain amount.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's worth a certain amount of that money. So not only are they looking to make it into top 6, but also they are, there's quite a bit of a difference between finishing in 6th place and 7th place, right? There's a big difference, at least monetary wise, right? So the teams are also fighting for an increase in their share of the prize pool, aside from those top 6 slots. And it's going to be quite the bit of a fight that I'm expecting to see here. And this is definitely going to be more of one of the most calculated plays coming through from the side of G3, because they are only 15 points away from top 6. Only 15 points.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly doable for them. We've seen them do, I mean, 15 points in a game. That's I feel like that's nothing to scoff at for G3 Temper, but they have to make it happen here, which means the pressure is on, as it is for Myth coming through. 1 million making a bit of a surprise visit. And I don't think Myth are really enjoying this visit. As you can see, Moment down to such low HP, and that nade, oh my goodness.
Oh, but of course, Team Myth also going to be looking to fight it out for a little bit more of those points, right? They are currently tied with Slime. Both teams sitting on 171 points on the overall leaderboard. Now, any additional points they can find will obviously do great things for them over on towards the overall rankings. But first, Myth, they've got to focus on kind of wrapping up this engagement with the players here from 1 million. That zone also going to be closing up momentarily, as we can see Super Young Stars and the players there from Masters, as well as Intruder, still to get their rotations in towards the zone. Intruder already on their way. Super Young Stars also making their way on through, but it's still now up to the players from Masters Esports to get their rotation, as the zone has now shifted over towards the eastern edge, centering up beautifully for the players from Slime 4KT right in towards Yasnaya. So all they got to do now is just hold their positions and just tap away and look to see where the rest of the lobby are going to be looking to rotate into.
Very interesting position we find Moment in, as he gets a beautiful line of sight on towards Black Lust. So a little bit of revenge coming through. And now 1 million Esports need to scramble, get that res popped on through. Knight giving a bit of covering fire to ensure that that actually does happen. So Moment, just for now, is going to fall a little bit back. Let's not poke the bear a little bit too much. The zone shift has also come through, so they find themselves on the edge of the zone. Oh, need to be careful here to just hold on to this position and get ready for that disengagement. Knights so close to getting those connections.
And now it is all just trying to kind of wrap it up, but it does seem like Myth are going to be looking to rotate elsewhere, but also now they are getting caught out in the open. So good, quick response coming through from the side here of 1 million. Not going to let them slide out of that position all too easily. But, of course, that was just a slight distraction as they do still have... Oh, Broly finding a beautiful hit there on Knight while Knight is caught out in mid-air. Beautiful shooting coming through. But, of course, now the tensions continue to build. Let's see what the players here from Myth are going to be doing. Will they look to reposition elsewhere? Yes, indeed, it does seem to be the case. We can see they're now focusing a little bit further on towards that western side, looking to potentially rotate across and make this their transitional path to get themselves back in towards that next zone. Meanwhile, it is going to be Unique and the players here from Zero Tolerance just fighting it out over towards the warehouse, but Zero Tolerance coming under some heavy fire. And I'm not sure whether or not they'll be able to survive the onslaught here. It is going to be Hates and Vortex getting ready to push. Phantom waiting on the front line. There could still be hope for Zero Tolerance. But now they got to play this one to perfection as Phantom comes strafing around the corner. They're picking up a beautiful hit. It is now down to Vortex, trying to bring that final hope and push for Zero Tolerance. But let's see whether or not they'll be able to get the job done. Unique, meanwhile, also just making a bit of a play here. Unique looking to get even more points so they can move themselves away from that 13th position and potentially aiming to get up above where Super Young Stars find themselves in the overall standings. But of course, only time will tell whether or not they'll be able to succeed in their efforts, as we still have all 16 teams remaining in this match. It is now going to be Triple Esports and Darkness finding themselves in a little bit of a position here.
Maybe a little bit of a stare down if we can see what Triple Esports are looking to do here. I mean, currently they're not engaging. They're just getting that information. Master just, dodging and weaving, trying to see if they can spot anything out in the open, like Tornado. Thank you very much. Is going to be a quick return on investment there for Master. Nice little bit of a quick knock, but of course, Adleno holding the line, waiting for Triple Esports to make that rotation into the action.
Oh, come on. Up comes AWAM now rushing right up towards Atleno. Out comes the shots and down they go. That Umpy just working out so great for the players here from Darkness. But Thor also now falls to the sprays as the hits continue to rain on down. It is going to be Framar looking to push in now, but up they come. Atleno looking for the angle, looking to see if they can pick it up. Triple Esports down to 2. Framar coming under fire once again. And that, of course, now is going to be from the teams situated over onto the side. 1 million just tapping away, looking to be quite a troubling option here for them. Master now cooking up the utils, trying to reach all the way across as that Molly gets sent on in, but Triple Esports now looking a little bit worse for wear. Darkness looking pretty great. 1 million now also coming under fire, but it is going to be Master looking to put the distance in now, just yeeting themselves over towards that eastern side of the zone.
Oh, yes, indeed. Master's trying to just run away right now because, again, down to Master it is. And here we take a look at Lusail and 1 million Esports finding one another. Lusail, oh, driving on in the hits here, but eFlex is still just for a moment staying alive as unfortunately that connection comes on through and Dexter just has to sit back and watch. It is brutal out here, but of course Lusail now immediate return because they need to just take a look at what Darkness is going to be throwing at them, and I mean that literally. Lead is going through the air right now.
Oh, now it is just down to playing those positions. You can see Lusail now looking to rotate up along that western side. But meanwhile, up in towards the northern side of Yasnaya, it is going to be Cryptics up against G3. The utilities getting sent in once again. Those nades finding a little bit of damage. But let's see, will this be the play now for G3 as yet another nade makes its way on through. Lazy Boy Senke now just forced up into the attic here. Of course, 1 nade is all it needs. This is end of the road here for the players from Cryptics. But of course, now look at Lazy Boy Senke. Molly's getting sent up once again. The stairs on fire. G3 going to be looking to find that opening. Of course, now Cryptics not going to be letting them come in just yet. Or not that easily. With Flacco, 6, Buden, Nacho, all looking to see if they can find that approach. Find that play to get the rush in on Cryptics. And Cryptics now looking a little bit worse for wear here. Will they be able to survive the push? I mean, G3 needs to try and get ahead of them, right? So they are fighting for that position on the leaderboard.
Yeah, look, I don't know if this is how they want to do it, but we'll see what happens here. Nice bit of a nade being sent on through. Lazy Boy just narrowly missing the damage, but of course, they still have to hold the line here. G3's Temper, they have the numbers advantage. But again, they need to get into the action. Ooh, that molly could be huge. Lazy Boy now doesn't have a lot of space to work with here. G3 Temper are cornering them. Just one little nade, DK. Just one little nade.
Oh, and down they go. G3 get the wipe, the jump on Cryptics as Cryptics gets sent out in 16th position and not a single elimination to their name. So their points are now locked on in on 148. Now, is there still room for Umbra to try and catch up and maybe get the jump up above Cryptics? And of course, the same option still remains for G3. All they got to do is keep their focus, just keep the momentum going, and they could be quite satisfied with the final outcome at the end of these matches here today. But now it is going to be the players from Umbra who we are going to be looking at next. Of course, they are down to one elimination. Still got the full squad. Blackjack now also going to come running in just from that southern side of the zone. All the efforts now being focused on towards Yasnaya. We've been wanting to see these cities finishes, and that is what we get once again as we move into the apartments, and it is going to be absolute bloodshed on these teams.
Oh, more nades. I mean, the little nades, the big nades, all of them are coming on through. And Umbra now feeling the brunt of the action as Super Young Stars are going to be their next potential victims. Down to 2 they are. And of course, a lot more happening on the feed as Darkness is falling out of cars. Well, they're falling out of the lobby, unfortunately. But again, to 14 teams we go, and the numbers are dwindling. I mean, so many teams down to only 1 member remaining right now.
Yeah, indeed. But of course, now everyone's still going to be trying to put in those efforts. Unique going to be trying to bring in as many points as they possibly can. They want to catch up, try and get ahead of the Super Young Stars. Blackjack also are going to be looking to finish strong. Currently sitting on 87 points. Darkness, Team Unique all still up ahead of them. But will they be able to get the job done? Will they be able to make that final push? Lusail now coming under fire as well. But Lusail also positioned on 113 points, up in 11th place, looking to bring in as many points as they can. Already sitting with 4 eliminations to their name. Now looking to see if they can find even more. Of course, now the angles potentially coming on through. But, of course, a beautiful windowsill will be in the way. Phantom and Slyke and Scope trying to see if they can find these angles onto the side of Lusail.
It's crazy to think that, you know, what's happening on our screens right now is the most least chaotic. You know, it's only Unique and Lusail here towards this edge, and the rest of the teams in that city busy duking it out. And of course, a few more teams having to make their rotations in, like Intruder. So the action is literally just getting started with 4 phases deep, so still plenty of opportunities, but this is what we've been waiting for. One by one, these teams need to drop DK, and one by one, we need to start getting those confirmations. Who is going to be our top 6?
Yeah, we don't have any clue just yet. But of course, now it could be the top 6 we saw coming into this match, or it could change. But we'll find out once we get to the very end of this match. We still have 14 teams left. We got that zone closing up once again. As we can see, all the teams now positioned pretty much in towards Yasnaya. Aside from Zero Tolerance, Intruder, Unique, and Lusail. The rest of the lobby all positioned within Yasnaya itself. And with that, of course, it is going to be the players there from 1 million meeting the end of the road. The zone now shifting down towards the south. Masters, Triple, Super Young Stars, Umbra, and Slime 4KT being a little bit zone blessed here. But now they have to defend these positions with everything they've got.
I do like the approach here from Intruders. They're staying a little bit more quiet towards the edge of the zone, just making sure that they're not going to get third parties. They want to try and pick up a decent amount of points, right? Because that's all they need to do, and maybe they can keep their pole position, while the rest of the teams potentially take each other out. We're still not within placement point territory, but we know the teams are not just looking for a few measly points. No, they want to take the entire chicken if they possibly can. So this is going to come down to these rotations. Now, if we look at it, of course, Masters, smack bam, pretty much center with Super Young Stars and at least one remaining hopeful there from Triple Esports. Oh, there's so many names on the screen. It's going to get absolutely chaotic.
And I mean, if Umbra and G3 get into this fight, they are literally fighting for their position in the top 6, right? We know G3, they need the points. They need more than 15 points to try and secure that position. But that would mean that Umbra needs to get sent back as early as possible, right? Otherwise, it's just going to become exponentially more challenging for G3 to be successful. But here we have Slime, not just trying to hold up the defensive alongside the players here from Blackjack. We can see Reverb just waiting up ahead. That nade will be coming through. Oh, it doesn't really reach all the way across, but of course now they're not going to be backing out of this fight just yet. We do also see the players from Intruder taking heavy fire all the way down towards that southern side of the zone. Weiss now getting blown to smithereens. The shots continuing to just rain on through, but it is going to be Blackjack and Slime for KT fighting for possession of this eastern side of zone.
Oh, Intruder all the way from the edge right into the center, and center it is for Reverb. Beautiful shot, and now Slime for KT, they're under pressure here.
Of course now, Plaza going to be looking to just come through with the sprays here. Lelouch sneaking in from behind, but down he also now goes, and it is going to be a fight out in the smoke as Reverb lays down the fire. Aimer just vaulting out the window, and down goes Blackjack. Slime for KT picking up those 5 eliminations in total. Myth, of course, now also getting eliminated, and now we are down to our final 10 teams.
Oh, in the nick of time, I would say. Slime for KC, they survived. That came down to the wire, if ever you have seen it. But of course, Master's still alive here for Triple Esports, has made a fantastic rotation. And Umbra finding virtual gaming, maybe picking up some of those eliminations. So this is worrisome for G3 Temper. And again, they're so close. They can literally get involved at any point in time, as well as virtual gaming. Alpha Luigi, not looking too healthy here.
Yeah, but already Umbra sitting on 6 eliminations. That means that they've now been able to surpass Cryptics on the standings, right? So Umbra moving up into 5th, Cryptics down into 6th. Now the option still remains for G3. The only team they are trying to beat at this point is going to be Cryptics' position, right? They only need those 15 points. We can see G3 already sitting on 3. So that would mean these 3 eliminations with a chicken dinner, or make it 4 eliminations and a 2nd place, right? That is what they need to aim for if they are looking to make it into that top 6. Umbra already secured in their slot, and all they can do now is just go ahead and play fantastic PUBG and just obliterate whoever they can find up ahead of them. Meanwhile, the players here from Super Young Stars going to be trying their options. They're looking for a bit of a position to play coming in from this eastern side. But we see the players here from Slime for KT also now getting ready to just make their push to get back in towards that zone again. That zone just staying over on towards Yasnaya. Shadow now coming under a little bit of fire, but managing to quickly duck in behind the hard cover. The sprays continuing to get sent on through. And now it is Aimer taking several hits. Lusail, meanwhile, will get eliminated.
Oh, just quiet here for G3 Temper and G. Oh, it is going to be crazy here for Slime for KT. That is the name we want in the finals weekend, DK. 2 down for Slime for KT. Only 2 left who need to scatter. They need to survive.
Yep, but now we're getting ready for this fight to get dialed up even further. As we can see, our final 9 teams now currently positioned here side by side. A lot of pressure now being applied onto the side of Zero Tolerance as they too make their way back into the lobby. Unique also coming under fire, but it is looking pretty tough for them. 6 eliminations to their name. G3 sitting on the 4 eliminations minimum they need. Now they got to finish strong, taking at least a 2nd position. Or they got to find even more. But either way, they're going to have to step up their game if they're looking to make it into that top 6. Slime looking to play that southern position. It is going to be Morteza finding a beautiful spray in towards Slime as well. As we can see, Pronto now getting traded off. The knock, the confirmation comes in. Joker now coming under fire. G3 playing a little bit more of a cautious game, trying to just stay out of these engagements. Because once they get picked up, it is going to be downhill from there. Of course, now Super Young Stars down to a few. Ooh, Slime getting eliminated as Masters gets the jump on them. Down they go. But now look at this. Virtual Gaming getting traded off as well. Down to the final 6 teams we go.
G3, this is the opportunity you have been waiting for. If you could hear me right now, I am screaming your name. Masters as well in contention, Unique in contention, well, Master from Triple Esports as well in contention. Plenty of Masters coming on through here. But of course, we have to turn our attention to what Umbra is doing as well. They have picked up so many eliminations, and they're not looking to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, they are definitely not looking to put any stop to those plays. But look at this now. Chala keeping a very watchful eye, just waiting to see if they can get a good lay of the land. That zone now forcing G3 across the road. They have to get even closer to this fight. Only 6 teams remain. As you can see, it is going to be Umbra trying to hold on to the advances coming through from Super Young Stars. Joker trying to get themselves set up for a bit of a breach. Wasted now, just vaulting out of the window. Trying to get a little bit of a better position here to take this engagement. But Umbra needs to be careful because we see G3 moving in right behind them. Now, the action is just building even more. Super Young Stars holding their position, holding their ground. They do not want to give up this position just yet. Of course, Morteza just quickly swapping out a few things there with BRZ, making sure that they've got everything as they would prefer it to be, moving in to these last few shuffles. Now, this is going to be an absolutely essential game. Super Young Stars holding strong, but all of the action now, all of the focus being put on the play going to come through from G3. Umbra, as we know, they've already been able to secure themselves that 5th position. But how far will the other teams allow G3 to get? Will we see G3 potentially catching up to that top 6 position? I mean, that could mean that Cryptics could get kicked out of the top 6.
Oh, elbows, toes and elbows. What were we talking about? Slyke is going to be taken out. Triple Esports is out. It's 4 teams remaining.
Wow. This is insane, Ez. I mean, this is the final play. The final 4 teams. Super Young Stars, Masters, they are playing for their position on the leaderboard, on the overall standings, trying to farm as many points as they possibly can. Umbra trying to solidify their position even more so. And of course, G3, we know they are fighting for their position to get into the top 6. But now, looking at where we've gone with the zone, it is going to be super challenging for any of our final 4 remaining teams to have any level of success. G3, as we can see just off in the distance, just keeping as quiet as they can, but they have to rotate up. The zone has shifted right here towards the Super Young Stars and Umbra. Right, so there's no other option. G3 need to get themselves into that zone. But of course, Umbra are going to be looking to back out. Masters are going to be looking to apply as much pressure as they can. They're looking for that opening in towards the zone. Up comes Ban, up comes Nacho. So both Masters and G3 now just looking to just advance their way into this next phase. You can see G3 now just climbing over the walls, getting ready. Right there alongside them, it is going to be Ilias. Trying to play that off-angle approach here. Of course, Ban quickly breaking down the door. And this is going to be Masters now looking to gain entry into the compound. Up comes Flacco. Takes up a little bit of damage. Ilias getting traded as well. Down he goes, but the pressure is on. Down goes Ilias. Come on. Masters down to 3. Who will be able to clutch it out? Morteza with a beautiful shot on towards Angelo. Masters now trying to push. It is going to be Sin. It is going to be Ban. Looking for those angles into this building. The utilities, of course, getting sent out. Morteza gets traded. Oh, Umbra down to 2. It is going to be a PRZ looking to push on forward. Up comes the rush. Who will be able to clutch this one out? Ban now coming in for the confirmation. But, of course, PRZ just opting straight out the door. Ban frantically trying to get that confirmation locked on in. And it is going to be PRC with the DBS picking up the hit. Oh, Umbra taking fire. Masters down to Sin. Umbra sitting on PRZ. Oh, PRZ with that DBS just absolutely devastating. Down goes Sin. Masters bite the dust. 3 teams left. G3 now have to try and push for that top 2 finish. Down goes Umbra. It could be on the board. G3 locking in that top 2 play. It is going to be Cronboy, Joker, and Chala standing between G3 and that winner chicken dinner. They are going to try everything in their arsenal to push on through. The shots coming through. Nacho getting traded. Joker finds the hit, but up comes Super Young Stars. Buden getting down. It is all up to 6 now to keep it all together. And down they go. Super Young Stars land the final victory right here, walking away with a beautiful chicken and an insane amount of eliminations to their name.
Oh, if you thought that the finals were going to be done and dusted, if you thought you knew who's going to be our top 6, well, guess what? No, you don't, because we don't know yet either. G3 Temper might have just made the move of a lifetime. In the literally the last game, we come through and we potentially get ourselves into top 6. I don't know. I'm not doing math. That's the last thing I want to be thinking about right now. But the potential is absolutely there. So yes, no more maps. But the points have to be still determined. We still have to find out who's our winner, who's our champion of the first PMPL Africa. We also have to find out who's going to be our top 6, because we might not actually have the 6 we thought we were going to have.
Yeah, I definitely do suspect that there has been a little bit of a change, right? We have no confirmation because we don't see the results just yet. We're going to have to wait until we see those results being posted on the screen. It is going to be absolutely nail biting. But yeah, we don't want to jinx anything, right? So we're just going to say what an insane match this was, right? That zone moving into Yasnaya, the team stepping up to the action. It was absolutely insane. But of course, first up, we're going to be going into the highlights to remind you of how insane this match was. All right. And then we'll be moving into the results to see first the match rankings and then overall. So I do think, you know, we are going to be making our way in towards those, into those highlights pretty soon. But yeah, this is tension. All right, this is tension. So let's have a look at the highlights first.
Not yet. Not yet. No. We have to wait a little bit longer. We have to wait still a little bit longer. I thought you were getting us ready for the highlights, but I think I'm so stressed right now to think that we might be seeing that shift coming through in the top 6 that... Oh, the highlights are going to be interesting, but again, when we come back, we can do the math. You know, we can look at the match rankings. We can try and figure out, maybe do a little bit of you know, quick math. I'm not going to, but you can. You can. You know, I'll leave that up to you. I do think, though, we have to say congratulations to the teams for making it to PMPL Africa, for also bringing the action we deserve for this region, for putting on a show that we have been waiting for. And of course, the investment coming through from Tencent, the investment from all of these amazing sponsors, bringing us such a beautiful, beautiful stage for these deserving teams, means that they are showing why they are worthy, means that they are showing why they deserve to move on up to that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful opportunity that lie ahead of them. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but DK, it has been such a ride.
It has been, and I gotta say, I am so honored to have been able to be part of the first PMPL for Africa. The teams have just been stepping it up all the way through. And just to show you how insane they were, let's go into the highlights for real this time around. It has been absolutely nail-biting action all the way through to the very finish. I mean, PRZ, that guy should be banned from using a DBS because that was just insane coming through there from the side of PRZ. But again, so satisfying to watch. So yeah, big congrats going out to all the teams. I mean, Umbra playing a beautiful game all the way to the very finish there. And as we saw, Flacco landing a quick drop shot there, taking PRZ down. But now, you know, we've delayed enough. We first need to start off with the match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to secure. And as we know, it was Super Young Stars walking away with 24 points with that winner chicken dinner locked in. G3 coming in with 18. And of course, Team Umbra picking up 10 eliminations alongside that third place, securing them 20 points in total. Of course, Masters also putting in the effort alongside Team Unique. Both teams coming in with their 7 eliminations each, finding themselves on 15 and 13 points respectively. And it has been absolute, I don't know, like I can't even think of words anymore.
Speechless.
Yes.
Speechless. I don't blame you, DK. I mean, literally, right up until the end, we had the most ridiculous, I guess is the best word that I can, really use in this case, ridiculous game of this finals weekend, literally keeping us to the edge of our seats. I mean, I don't think I will be able to stand up later on, but it's fine. It's okay. At least this finals weekend has been so incredible to witness. And of course, you can try and take, a little bit of a gander as to who's going to be there towards those overall rankings. But of course, we don't do the math, DK. And we have a champion to crown.
Yeah, but first we need a drum roll, right? We need a drum roll. We need to build the suspense, right? Before we go anywhere near the overall rankings, I'd like to see some predictions coming in the chat quickly, right? Quickly, give your predictions in the chat. While we wait for those predictions, we are going to be looking at who our champions are for the PMPL Africa Spring Split 2022. And our champions are...
Drum roll, yes?
Yes.
This is where we need a sound. But of course, yes, the first champion of the first PMPL Africa for Spring 2022. Who is it going to be? Chat, you guys need to let us know. DK, who do you think it is?
And we find out now it is Virtual Gaming walking away with pole position. No surprise, but very satisfying to know that Virtual Gaming just popped off like it was no one's business, just running away with their performances over this finals weekend. Absolutely fantastic to see. And of course, now we're going to be taking a look to see who our top 6 teams are. Without any further delay, here we are, the top 6 teams. Moving through will be, there we have it. G3 has made it in. Being able to bring in those 18 points was just what they needed. They needed 15 points to catch up to Cryptics. And with this performance they brought in this last match, they succeeded in making their way into the top 6. So a huge congratulations going out to Virtual Gaming for being our winners of the first ever PMPL Africa. Also, a big congrats going out to Intruder Africa. You guys have been absolute legends. Look at that, 183 points for first and second place. But of course, as we know, chicken dinners outweigh them, right? 4 chickens in favor there of Virtual Gaming, ahead of the 3 from Intruder Africa. But that is so phenomenal to see. And of course, we got Slime 4KT making Niger proud, coming in third place with 177 points. Team Myth taking 4th, and Umbra in 5th place. And then, of course, G3 just stepping up, playing an absolutely beautiful last Erangel to get themselves into the top 6. So, I mean, let's take a look at our second page. Of course, also we got to congratulate the players there from Cryptics. You guys have been absolute legends. Masters Esports, so satisfying to watch. Our second page, this is where we have the rest of our standings. And again, I want to congratulate all the teams for participating in PMPL Africa. You guys have made it an absolute honor. It was an absolute blast to see such beautiful performance coming through on the battlefield. And I'm at a loss for words, but I'm so honored to have been part of this event.
Absolutely. And we're so honored to witness all of the beautiful, beautiful performances that these teams have been lying in wait. You know, they've been working on their crafts in the behind the scenes, doing the VOD reviews, doing whatever they needed to not only get to PMPL Africa, but to take it further into the finals weekend. It's been a long journey, even for a team like Virtual Gaming, who did take pole position, but they weren't even a part of our first Super Weekend. They had to fight tooth and nail to get back into it, to get enough points to close the gaps, and to get into finals to showcase that they are the champions for the first PMPL. Top 6 squads have been absolutely amazing as per the rest of the lobby as well, but they will be moving forward to bigger and better things. Still plenty of opportunities for them to showcase a little bit more of what they are capable of. So hopefully we are not going to be seeing the end of these teams. We're going to be seeing them go further and further.
Yeah, we're going to definitely be seeing a lot still to come from these teams, especially the top 6 teams that have now qualified for the MEA Championships, where they are going to be going up against the top 10 teams coming through from the Arabic PMPL. So it is going to be absolute insanity on the battlefield once all 16 of those teams meet each other there. And I got to say, just again, much love going out to all the teams. You guys have been absolutely phenomenal. It has been such a blast and so satisfying seeing the growth and the performance increase you've been seeing coming through in this region. I mean, I am so proud of the Africa region based on how the events have unfolded right here in the PMPL. And it has been a month for the books, in my opinion, right? 4 weeks of gameplay. And it is something that I'll remember for as long as I possibly can. I'll even write it somewhere to make sure that it never goes anywhere. Fortunately, there's going to be all these VODs to review and look back on to see just how fantastic these teams have been. But of course, we want to give a big thank you going out to not only the teams for being such legends, but also a much love going out to all of our viewers for joining in without fail, time and time again, coming in to support your teams. And I mean, they've made me so proud, and I'm pretty sure the viewers are also super proud of how their teams have performed. So yeah, much love. Thank you so much for all your support. And of course, I want to give a big shout out there to Esproxy as well as to Sam, both the beautiful ladies helping on the desk to bring all the action, the insanity on the battlefield, to put it into much nicer words, to have everyone understand what is going on and how all the action is unfolding. So big thank you going out to you, Ez, and of course, Sam, to you as well. Really appreciate everything and all the, you know, and the opportunity to be working with you guys once again. Of course, we've got to thank production. You guys have been absolute legends. Teddy, you are our guy. You are a legend. Thank you so much for everything. And with that, guys, hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We look forward to seeing you all in the next one. And of course, if you've registered for PMCO, we're looking forward to a little bit of that action coming through. Once again, who knows? We could even see you on one of the future PMPL Africas. But with that, we are going to be ending the night here. Es, you want to have some final words?
Yeah, look, thank you to DK for coming through. I mean, a representation of the African casting community, of course, and you've been doing the most, so it's good to see you on this stage as well. Thank you to the teams. Thank you for allowing us to witness your journeys coming through to this. And for the viewers, don't worry, there's still plenty of action. There's still plenty of PUBG Mobile just around the corner, as we know, plenty of opportunities to shout for your teams and your players again. That is the word for this weekend. It's opportunities for this region. And that is the biggest, greatest part of PMPL Africa, because not only is it the experience, not only is it the dollar bills that are going in the back pockets of these amazing and deserving teams, but it's the opportunity to showcase what this region has been building and what they have been cultivating throughout the years. So keen to see more of it, and hopefully we will be seeing these names come back in maybe a bit of a bigger tournament again.
Yeah, of course we will. Before we go anywhere, of course, want to give a big shout out to all our sponsors once again. So Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PMPLs. Much love going out to them. Nimo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. And then, of course, we got to give also quite much love going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, on that note, we have to love and leave you. It was an absolute blast taking you through all the action. We look forward to seeing you back in the next one. Stay safe. Until later.